Thanks for joining us at well, not quite the 7:20, but anyway, a little bit after the 7:10. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much for joining us. Nobody else is here, so please bear with me for a second. There we go. Sorry about that. Ladies and geraniums, I think I said, please hit the upvote button like I just did. Let me pop out the chat so that I can see you guys saying, hey, what's up, Cranmore? Cheers, buddy. First in the chat, welcome. Switch to live chat, folks, if you would prefer a superior chatting experience. Something my freaking mouth is dry. I did just smoke a joint a little bit ago. Smoke. Smoke the Oaxacan Thunderfuck. That's another one of those that makes my teeth feel like they're in the wrong place. Kind of a comical one. Oh, here comes D. Right on. Perfect timing. Thanks very much for joining us, though, folks. Remember that the show. Well, I guess I can leave that for D. No reason to deprive him. What's going on, D? Do that thing you do, buddy.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and more to be here. If not, you have to get out. That means you. Back to you, Creamy.
That's right. Cheers, D. Pretty much perfect timing. Just about.
Right on.
Folks. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, folks. What was I going to say? Slightly new rules apply. I mean, let's be honest, most of you in the chat weren't going to hop on here anyway, which is just endlessly disappointing to me. Oh, it looks like I am, for a change, logged into the Fumidoro, so it's probably, again, not going to work. Oh, which means that I should probably make myself moderator. All right, you know what? While I mute myself for a second, go for a D.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a great night. Brains. I'm smoking on a couple different strains. Hope everyone's having a great night. Like I said, you're gonna bring up chat. Yeah. Cheers to everybody in chat. Oh, there it is. There's the thing. Uh, we're gonna bring this up. Oh, mute that annoying voice.
Mhm.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, Primark Rose. Smoke Sense. Billy Martin in the house. I just lost my chat. Right.
Go. Alrighty. Oh, it actually it censored my comment. How bizarre is that? All right.
Huh.
Can't even see it. Well, there it is, folks. So the rules are, if you haven't been on the chat before, if you haven't been on the panel rather before, if you haven't been up here on the show to show off your garden or whatever else, please ask nicely. So it's no longer an open door policy. I think people just don't appreciate something that is so available to them, basically. So anyway, we're going to basically close the door a little bit. If you would like to come on here, please ask nicely in the chat. You don't have to genuflect or something. You don't have to, I don't know, send us bribes under the table, which couldn't hurt, I have to be honest. I mean, what are you into? Do you just cash or would you prefer
Cannabis is fine.
donuts or do you accept poutine as a currency or
Uh-huh. No.
no? What if it's a
Oh,
fresh poutine? Would you be like, okay,
maybe
$5 per poutine or something?
maybe some cannabis. I'd be happy with some really
There you
good
go. There you go.
flower.
That's a good idea. Pretty heavily illegal in the US. Well, you're allowed to give it away, actually. Red Hot Chili Peppers notwithstanding, but you're allowed to give it away, I guess, to some degree. So I guess you could probably bribe us on the table if you really wanted to. If you just a hint, just a hint.
Gifting.
I also like camera equipment. If you were to give me really, famous Swedish brands, German brands, those are nice as
Right
well.
there.
What else? Those are the ones that I would really want and probably wouldn't buy with my own money. So let's do that. Oh, you could buy if you really want to go nuts, you could buy what are they called? It's a Danish camera. Are the Danish the ones that go Horgen Borgen, or is that the Swedes? I actually don't remember.
I think it's not the Swedes.
Oh, Norwegians, maybe. I'm wrong Scandinavian country. Anyway, it's called Phase One. They're like literally like $40,000. But if you really want to make an impression, hey, forget that Buy me a
Damn.
stuff. Just buy me a phase one. There you go. Pretty good.
Damn. Bro.
Cheers, Jones N2 Grow. Good to see you, Dan K. Hey, what's up, Dan K? Welcome. If you're a first timer, welcome. If you are a repeat customer, hopefully you're satisfied. The Rolling Stones, of course,
Okay.
you can't always be satisfied, but hopefully they're wrong. Billy Martin's in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. For some reason, Bitdefender just opened up. I don't know why. Hopefully not a big threat. Oh my God, you've just been hacked by Russians. Nathaniel Chambers in the house. What's going on, Nathaniel? I was just what was I thinking about you today? Something on Reddit. I should probably go check something on Reddit. I was like, oh, I should do Nathaniel about that. Let me see.
No.
So anyway, to finish the thought, folks, although I think I did more or less finish it, if you would like to hop on here, please just ask nicely. You're welcome to, if you ask nicely. This is a conversational show, so we basically rely on folks hopping on. Why is the layout different on every single fucking device? There we go. Reddit's such a bag of dicks now. I mean, it's cool, but it's also been really shitified. Oh, fuck, what was I trying to say? That's a good story. That's an interesting story. But not for Nathaniel. I could swear.
Uh,
Well, now I can't think of it. That's very unfortunate. Let's talk about this article while we wait for folks to hop on here.
Captain should be around shortly. I was talking to him earlier.
Hop on here shortly at some point.
Mr. Captain 420.
Don't forget, of course, tomorrow, folks, to tune in. We will be having a high noon safety meeting. Many people's favorite show of the week. Could be yours too. Come join us. Here's marijuana clone operation. Why did that just scroll down? According to Fox 40, okay, the thing covered. There we go. Fox 40. They're the local news that matters, apparently. $10 million marijuana clone operation busted in Northern California. Two Northern California law enforcement agencies recently worked together to bust an illegal marijuana clone nursery that was worth nearly $10 million.
Okay.
On Monday, the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office and Yuba County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant in the 1400 block of West 40 Road and Railroad Flat. Isn't that West 40? I want to say that's a famous weed road. I could be wrong. Anyway, there's a road down there. There's like I don't know 100 farms on it. It's called something like West 40. Anyway, deputies said they found a sophisticated and extensive illegal marijuana grow operation used to produce young plants for distribution. I don't know why I'm reading so weirdly. Distribution to other cultivation sites. Although again, did smoke some Oaxacan thunderfuck, so maybe that's why. For what it's worth, nice looking plants. I'm surprised to see an illegal operation with healthy looking plants. That makes me feel really sad because those are some like actually healthy plants. Look, they're praying. Like, God damn it, these people actually, I don't know for sure, but oh no, there's a lot of perlite there. They're probably not organic plants. I was going to say they might even be organic. No, they're probably not. Still,
Tomorrow.
anyway, the facility operated from indoors and outdoor and contained 34,467 marijuana plants. I like how they counted every single one. Worth between I like it worth between 6.8934 million and 10.341 $10,340,100. I like that extra $100. According to law enforcement, who also weighed every single particle of perlite and looked for the best possible retail for each single clone. Each cut of Bubba Kush was single-handedly worth $8,000 a piece. That's a lunatic amount of money, but I guess there is 34,000 plants. But anyway, still. During the search, deputies said they also discovered guns, ammo, code violations. Oh my fucking God.
Oh no, not code
electrical
violation.
wiring and improper waste disposal that presented environmental and public health risks. One 42-year-old suspect was arrested on multiple charges related to the illegal operation. One poor 42-year-old guy is fucking fucked, it sounds like. So yeah.
Poor bastard.
I suspect that we have different opinions about this. I mean, I don't know, like maybe it was a cartel thing or whatever, because there are cartel interests in the weed industry, both on the West Coast, just in general. right? Like probably in most of the states at this point. But and you don't think about how those farms, let's be honest, most of those people are not really avid cultivators, probably. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think a lot of it, from reputation anyway, they're not really there for the love of the plant. They're there for cash, really. Sometimes at gunpoint, I've heard. But it's interesting to think that they probably have their own nursery operations and everything, and they probably do things basically like the rest of us do. You know, it's really funny to think some of them probably grow just like buds, some of them probably grow like me, well, probably they don't grow like me, I would imagine, but
For
some
sure.
probably do grow organically, especially outdoors. It's funny. And then again, some of them probably do care, you know. I'm just thinking about in Breaking Bad how some of the freaking meth makers like really cared about their freaking craft. Anyway, here comes Robert. I think that's Captain 420.
On his name.
Or as he sometimes is called, Captain Motherfucking 420.
Oh
Dude,
shit.
Nathaniel Chambers, that is, you know what? Maybe that's what it was that I was going to tell you. That is some sad shit, honestly. That is one of, if not my favorite breweries lately. I really love, and there's hardly anybody else that does anything just like them. Cascade Barrel Brewing. Fuck me. They make basically predominantly sour ales, well, actually a bunch of different types, saisons and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, they had these absolutely delightful barrel aged bottles. One of them, one of my favorite was literally called, you know, because I have Morgana. I used to have Cuvée du Jongleur, and I love the juggle. So I was like, oh my God, I basically bought it on a whim. I think that might have even been the first bottles I bought. I think I bought it and drank it for Brews and Buds, or yeah, Brews and Buds on Saturday. We used to do micro brews and I guess good buddies and buds, of course, on Saturdays. Anyway, I kind of cut that out when it was basically just me drinking. Anyway, the fuck was I trying to say?
Fuck yeah.
That beer was spectacular. It's something else. It makes me want to go to one of the bottle shops and go pick up a few bottles because, seriously, Nathan Chambers is saying best sour beers in the world, not an exaggeration. Oregon is absolutely a mecca for beer. You have just absolutely no, if you're not from here, you have no conception of how seriously people take their beers here. Random women have preferences on IPAs. They like you'll meet, I don't know if you go on a date or whatever else, you'll go and the woman you go on a date with will not only order an IPA or something, which is unusual nationwide because it's a fairly bitter beer, but they'll know which specific hop they like, which specific freaking barley. In some cases, freaking ridiculous. Anyway, and the beer menus here at a restaurant will be 40 deep. I mean, seriously, the new thing now is it's baller. Don't get me wrong, spectacular, but their computer, no, and probably not computer monitors. They're probably just TVs basically, but hooked up to a computer. And it's like I say, sometimes double stacked, sometimes it's 40 or 50 things, but it'll be at least 20, 30 things at any respecting bar, all on tap. Just from everything from Belgian wheats to freaking triples to goddamn IPAs to stouts, you fucking name it. I mean, we normally have a majority IPAs lately, but anyway. The founder died in May and the whole thing fell apart. I heard that basically Abe, I think was the guy's name, you probably know more, had tried to sell it to a group of former workers or something. I'm not 100% sure on that, to be honest, but had tried to sell it to somebody, but had kind of not done it basically. And now nobody knows who owns it essentially, and it's just literally falling apart. Very unfortunate. I don't know if they may not actually own any real estate. That's one of the most interesting things about even successful businesses is that basically they don't own a fucking thing, essentially, maybe a little bit of equipment, but sometimes even that's rented. It could be that just the concept basically is the business, and then once the owner that everyone knows falls apart, and then nobody really knows if the new owners have actually paid for the fucking thing. So at some point the bank may come back and collect on them or something. Jesus H. Christ, how horrible. Literally, just puffed in the wind. You'd like to think that maybe they'll restart with the same IP and stuff. I mean, it's not like the owner's going to sue them or something, but fuck, who knows? His
There we
trust
go.
reported the sale hadn't finished. That's ridiculous. Yeah, what a shame. Yeah, we've been hearing about a lot of brewery closings lately. It's quite sad. Practically every third post on Reddit, subreddit, microbrew or whatever, is basically brewery this, brewery that is closing. fucking ridiculous. It reminds me of the 90s. There used to be this gigantic beer boom, basically in the late 80s and early 90s. And then just when I was basically old enough to drink, they were closing down right and left. Essentially, there were too many of them. And what was I going to say? It's taken a long time, honestly, to come back. Arguably, maybe there's too many now, because actually, now that you think about it, there's candidly a brewery on every fucking corner practically. So maybe it is a reckoning. Maybe it's a reckoning now, not even coming, but it's a reckoning now. Interesting.
Hey, there can be a distiller next to you and you don't even know it.
There are a bunch of distillers in Oregon now, in Portland specifically. Ryan Reynolds famously bought the what are they called now? Aviation, I guess was the name. They used to be called something else. They used to be called Block Distillery or some shit. Like way back when, I used to go there and get first of all, they used to give samples, which is amazing. But what did I like from them? Oh, I think I liked their gin. I think I liked one of their aged gins or something. Anyway, then Ryan Reynolds freaking bought it and apparently sold it for a goddamn gajillion dollars. That's a guy that just absolutely mints money.
Yeah,
Cheers,
Come on, Captain.
everybody.
that's all I can have.
Well, as you see, we're at the joint show again.
Oh, right on. Oh, you're back home.
So
Congratulations. Are you jet lagged?
I think I went to bed. Well, actually, I went to bed when the sun came up, and I didn't get up until my mom came up and said, "You want to eat dinner at 6 o'clock?" I go, "What time is it? 5:30?" No, I'm going back to bed.
Here's the chronic.
Fortunately, I can't show this article because the LA Times is behind a paywall these days. Very unfortunate how media has gone. But anyway, I guess I can read you the abstract here, or at the very beginning. Dirty Secret of California's Legal Weed, an LA Times / Weed Week investigation. Wow, Weed Week is big time now that they're working with the LA Times. Can you imagine? I remember talking about them a couple, 3 years ago. Charlie's Farm used to tell us about how he subscribed to them religiously. And at first it was just Alex Halperin, I think is the guy that founded it. It was just his blog, basically. And little by little, it's big time. Holy shit. Anyway, so an LA Times / Weed Week investigation finds alarming levels of pesticides in cannabis products at dispensaries across the state. See, Alex Halperin, Paige St. John and Alex Halperin. So the beginning paragraphs go, aging yuppies in neon beachwear stand before a green wall with the catchphrase, "You have changed, so has cannabis." The social media post is part of Real CA Cannabis, a $5 million taxpayer-funded campaign to promote California cannabis as safe, tested, and regulated by the state to protect consumers. In reality, that safety is far from certain. An investigation by the Times, in conjunction with cannabis industry newsletter Weed Week, found alarming levels of pesticides in cannabis products available on dispensary shelves across the state, including some of the most popular brands of vapes and pre-rolled weed. So unfortunately, I can't show you more because subscriber. But I wonder if I could Google and maybe get the full article.
It's crazy now, but with Facebook, if you live in Canada, Canada won't let you post any news articles or anything like that anymore. It's really weird.
Control, control, control.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, here we go. So 420intel.com has the whole story. Here we go. Boom shaka. 25 of 42 legal cannabis products that the Times and Weed Week purchased from retail stores and had tested at private labs showed concentrations of pesticides either above levels the state allows or at levels that exceed federal standards for tobacco. The contaminants include chemicals tied to cancer, liver failure, thyroid disease, and genetic and neurological harm to users and unborn children. Sounds a lot like the standards, the Eagle 20 and so on, right? Most of the pesticides found were in low concentrations that risk long-term harm by repeated use, though the extent of the health threat may not be known for years. Vapes tested from 5 well-known brands had pesticide loads that exceeded Federal Environmental Protection Agency risk thresholds for harm from a single exposure. Say that 5 times fast. The Times and Weed Week found users might experience irritation to the lungs, eyes, and throat, as well as rash, headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. This sounds like one of those TV commercials for medicine. Some products contain as many as 2 dozen pesticides. That's delightful. Well, you want to make sure to have a real cornucopia, right? A really polyploidy, so to speak. The findings dovetail with scores of complaints that 2 private cannabis testing labs have filed over the last 8 months, reporting pesticides in products certified by other labs as safe. The results, the lab said, suggest some levels of contamination in more than 250,000 vapes and pre-rolled joints on store shelves, about the number sold legally in California in a 2-day period. Yikes, that's a lot of weed. There are strong profit incentives driving contamination. Expanding legal markets encourage intensive growing practices to increase yield, inviting the use of pesticides to protect those high-value crops from insect infestations common in greenhouse environments. At the same time, the soaring popularity of vapes has created heavy demand for bulk oils, which are made from lower quality cannabis, often grown illegally. Reviews of confidential lab reports, public records, and interviews show California regulators have largely failed to address evidence of widespread contamination in the state's weed crop. The state's rules for weed testing also have not been updated to include dangerous chemicals currently used in cultivation, including illegal, smuggled pesticides so toxic that law enforcement officers who encounter them are advised to don respirators and take blood poisoning tests. And believe it or not, you can actually get those. There's a few different websites where you can order any pesticide the fuck that you want, even ones that would fucking kill you if you don't wear the shit that you're supposed to. The health stakes from contaminated weed are high. An estimated 5 million Californians consume cannabis products in any given month. Should be higher. According to the most recent federal health surveys, the presence of pesticides is particularly fraught for those who turn to weed for relief from medical conditions that put them at increased risk of harm. Long-term public health concerns are exacerbated by the growing use of vapes, which contain the greatest contamination levels and are marketed to young adults who are more apt to consider vaping a healthful alternative to tobacco or alcohol. California Department of Cannabis Control officials declined to make anyone available for an interview. The agency also would not release either external or internal discussions of pesticide contamination and refused to release information on its ability to test cannabis products, saying such knowledge would encourage bad actors, which is fair, actually. It would not furnish the results of pesticide tests it had received from other state agencies and would not provide the state safety certificates for cannabis products on the market. It also declined to say what action it has taken on at least 85 contamination complaints it has received since last fall from private labs, or disclose what tainted products it pulled from sale. Quote, when we receive complaints, we swiftly assess them, conduct appropriate, these guys are Swifties as well, conduct appropriate investigations and take appropriate action, end quote, the agency's press office said by email. The agency is now scrambling to initiate California's first market test for pesticides, sending a recent email warning license holders of coming product embargoes, voluntary and mandatory recalls, and disciplinary actions, quote unquote. The private labs, raising alarms for many months, question why authorities did not act sooner. California cannabis regulators initially responded to those complaints with a single product recall, and orders that remained confidential required 3 other products to be removed from store shelves. Frustrated that more was not done, I was almost talking like Yoda there. Josh Sweeter, the chief executive of Infinite Chemical Analysis, ICA. Oh, they just could have they could have absolutely turned that around, made it the CIA. It would have been so fucking funny. Anyway, Chemical Analysis Labs, an author of most of the complaints, well, apparently also aka Karen, I joke. Anyway, in December sent his summary of contaminated products directly to Governor Gavin Newsom and cannabis regulators in an email. Probably the smelliest email that they've ever gotten. Those failing products alone represented 150,000 packages of flour, vapes, or pre-rolls for sale to unsuspecting consumers, he wrote. The government's responsibility does not end after writing regulation. How fucking long is this article? Jesus H. Christ. Seriously. Okay, I'm going to stop reading this because this is like 5 more pages. But still, California is dropping the ball on enforcement where public health is concerned, said cannabis researcher Cindy Orser. or OCSE,
Oh,
formerly
yeah.
of Private California Cannabis Testing Lab. California tests for 66 pesticides, but that hasn't been updated since 2018. A pink Ajay vape from Steezy, the state's top-selling cannabis brand, carried more than 60 times the maximum amount of pymetrozine allowed by federal regulators in cigarettes. But because California does not require testing for pymetrozine, the company that makes Steezy products said it's not a violation of state regulation. Hey, there's no
Bang.
regulation to be in violation of. That's technically apparently true. We adhere to all standards and limits set by the state of California, which has some of the strictest testing requirements and pesticide limits in the country. Steezy President Tak Sato said in an email. Times testing also found another off-list chemical, propargite, a carcinogenic insecticide that UCLA researchers have linked to brain cell death and increased. It was so when they hit you in the head or give you a fucking headband, they mean it. It's kind of like from Doctor Who when they suck the brains out. An increased incidence of Parkinson's, that's great, disease in Central Valley residents. It showed up in some vapes at nearly 3 times what's permitted in cigarettes. Yum, 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 yum. All right, I'm going to share this article with you guys. Remember, if you can, honestly, in fairness, newspapers really should exist and we all should subscribe to them. I used to subscribe to the Oregonian. I don't anymore. It's hypocritical for me to recommend it. But honestly, the LA Times is really good. So if you live down there, you should probably subscribe. But the rest of us are going to crib off of 420intel.com. Thank you, 420intel.com, for the clutch play there.
Later.
The
Not sponsored.
Captain co-hosts. By the way, a real request to you guys, including Captain, if one of you guys is host, if I forget to make someone host or something, please, my apologies. But if one of you guys is host, at the end of the show, don't just remake me host and then leave the show running when I'm gone. Because then just the show runs for 2 or 3 fucking hours if I remember to come back and turn it on. That's just fucked up, honestly. Seriously, like, end the show. Like, if you are the host, use your host duties to actually end the show. Say goodbye to everybody. Tell them to go to my website. Tell everyone good night, all that kind of stuff, and then just sign off. Don't make me host again. Again, if someone forgets or something, it's fine. It's not. I'm not going to kill you for it, but I would really prefer not to come back 3 hours later and, oh shit, my show's running. Welcome folks in the chat. Who have I missed? Holy cannoli, a bunch of the old favorites. Look at that, Papers in the Sky.
Holy shit.
That might be Paper Scratcher.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I was going to say, I think he may have changed his name. I think Paper said he had to start a new YouTube account or something. Anyway, that could be View Paper, and if it's a different paper, welcome as well. Jones MG Grows in the house. What's going on, buddy? Who else in here? James in the house. Welcome, James. Good to see you, buddy. Miss Chronic's in the house. What's going on, Miss Chronic? Welcome. Jack Beanstalk is here puffing with us, and of course, Bud Kilowatt is giving us the green light. So now it's a party, ladies and gentlemen.
I have to apologize for that, Fumi, and we'll have to talk to make sure I know how to end the show. I did hit you up on your Instagram about, hey, the show's over and everything like that, but I didn't. When I left, I thought maybe I was the host or something.
Well, you may not have been. So in that case, there's nothing to apologize really for, because you couldn't have done anything different, really. If the last person who's host, just remember when you're leaving, because to physically leave, you either have to end it or actually make someone a host. So just remember to make someone the host, and that's it. Just pick someone and tell them that you're making them the host, because sometimes even I've forgotten that. I've been guilty of making D the host and just not telling him, and then he'll leave, and then all of a sudden the stream gets cut. That's happened a couple times, honestly. Yeah. I'll get a text from Captain 420 like, "Hey, Joe, we're just getting warmed up." Anyway, so come on, ladies and gentlemen, we're all basically getting high here. So let's cut ourselves some slack. But even still, if possible, try to cut the stream in an appropriate way. Try to sign off and all that kind of stuff, like a civilized I don't know. I was gonna say like an Englishman, but the English are not all that civilized, to be honest. Good to see you, James, indeed. Anything new, folks, in the chat? Anything new, Captain? How's
Yeah.
Ohio treating you?
Well, it's cooler than Thailand. And that's about it. I've only been here for what, about 28 hours? Not even 28 hours.
Although that's saying
24
something,
hours.
I am vanishingly unfamiliar with Ohio at this point, but I have technically been there a couple times, and one of the places that I've been to was Cedar Point. How far from you is Cedar Point?
Cedar Point for me is about an hour, hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so not very far at all, honestly, unless you're talking about
No.
flying by a jet airplane. Well, yes, Humidor, I was talking about jetpack, personal jetpack. That's how I fly everywhere. I just traveled 500 miles an hour. Anyway, no, realistically, apparently it's not very far. It's an amusement park. It's a fantastic amusement park. A lot of roller
Big one.
rides, and I love roller coaster rides. Oh, spectacular, honestly. And the only problem is that it gets so uncomfortably hot in the summer. I went there basically in the summer and it was 97 degrees and 97% humidity. Basically, it was like walking around in a sauna. It was fucking horrifying. At least for me, I couldn't stand it. D is probably like, send me in, Captain. But seriously, like I'd go and wash
Put
my
me in,
face in the
coach.
bathroom and just get a little bit of refreshment. And instantly, as soon as I walked outside, felt like was walking into a fucking Russian sauna with some old Russian dude's ass
Duh.
2 feet away or something. Whew, that was rough. It was still fun. It was a fun day, but my oh my, that was challenging. Anyway.
Yeah,
That-
I had an interesting trip back though. So I've got a tube because I wear dentures, and I have a tube of cream that cleans my dentures, and it's 110 grams. But you could see where it was down to like maybe the last 5 or 6 times you're going to use it. They still pulled it out in the AU and wouldn't let me travel with it.
What a bunch of
And
idiots.
all this time, it's funny because the lady's got a handful of shit and she's got this in her hand. This has got
What did
pot
they
in it,
think it
by the
was?
way.
Semtex or some shit? I don't know.
I
Like,
have
seriously?
no fucking idea.
Vibrator.
Yeah, lady, this is my C4.
She had it
The
right in her
the
hand.
detonator's up my ass. So go check there, lady.
You know, I thought she was going to open it, and when she would open it, then all hell would have went loose.
God, you hear some of the most ridiculous stories. It seems like some of the security people are obviously very professional and very good, but some of them are fucking buffoons.
I
I
had
had
a
a
buffoon.
hilarious experience myself. I had a clipper lighter. I was coming back from Israel, right? And mind you, I hadn't smoked a fucking smidgen of weed for 5 weeks, much to my amusement. Like I really would have enjoyed smoking some weed in that very traumatic time. But basically, okay, it was a different lighter, but it was the equivalent. I can't tell if you guys can see. Fucking piece of shit. I got my other computer up, so now my
You mean one like this?
both my freaking cursors. Mother of F.
The cricket?
Okay, I can't see a fucking thing. All right, this is really absurd. Why does my
Like this?
hold
Feel
on?
me?
I lost my there we go. I lost my mouse cursor and I couldn't freaking there we go. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So basically a
Oh,
lighter
wow.
very similar to this. You got one just like it. Let's see. Hold on.
Yeah.
See yours now. Yeah, nice. Right on. So basically, I can't remember what all just whatever garbage I had basically, and I had this I think in my pocket basically because I'd been smoking cigars essentially. That's what I was smoking. I think I'd actually gotten the lighter in Israel, which was the most amusing part to me, and it literally was just a lighter with a weed leaf, but it was a clipper lighter with a weed leaf, and the TSA agent basically picks it up. He goes, "What's this?" And I go, "A lighter." And he just catches himself and he realizes how stupid it is. And he was all like huffy and puffy, but he was like, okay, fine. And gives it back to me. I don't know what the fuck he thought. He was like, oh my God, there's weed on the lighter. This is a heavy criminal. I'm going to bust him for paraphernalia or some shit. I don't even, mind you, this was at JFK in New York where weed is legal now. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. But then again, you sometimes these people are very professional and very intelligent. I can't understand it. I guess it's like every fucking workplace. You have intelligent ones and you have absolute fucking shit clowns that you don't know how they actually survive a day. It's something else.
So I actually did make a video, and sometime down the road, I will release the video. It was the day before I was leaving, and it's hey, if you're traveling with cannabis items like grinders that you've used or glass pipes that you've used, it's a cleaning video on how to make sure you don't get fucked over by something that could have easily been taken care of by a little bit of alcohol.
Hmm.
Because my grinder was gummed up.
And yeah, you don't want to risk like the idiot that I was just talking about. Oh my God, he would have just absolutely freaking, that would have been his career case. Basically, we're watching The Wire here, rewatching, and I haven't watched it for so many years. Anyway, McNulty talks about the career case. This fucking TSA idiot would call it a career case to catch somebody with a grinder from Thailand with a little bit of freaking hash on it. Oh my God.
Yeah, but what if they would have like found this or the other thing of hash I have?
You're gonna be major before you know it, officer.
Yeah. But we didn't have time to dispose of it properly, and then we found out we were going through the
I mean, the
80
best way to
instead
dispose
of
of cannabis is in a series
is
of
to
small
smoke it.
controlled fires.
Actually count.
Smoke it, yeah. Well, I couldn't smoke it all, man.
What are you smoking on
Get rid
now,
of it
Cal?
in a series of large controlled fires.
I am smoking a mixture of Plato S1
Plato?
permanent
Did you
Plato.
just say Plato, like the philosopher?
Yep,
Oh, wow.
S1. Some I really don't want to say it because of the guy it comes from, but I think it's
Douchebag
Great
OG.
Jubilee by Belief, or it's either the White Burgundy that was done by
Oh,
Belief.
he
But
is
there's
a
the
very
White
controversial
Burgundy.
guy. Yeah.
Yep. There's the White Burgundy, the Pluto S1, Permanent Marker,
Oh, nice.
and Great Jubilee,
How's
all
the
kind of
permanent
mixed
market?
together. I I grew it, and to tell you the truth, I like it.
I
It's
have to
not
get.
really a heavy high for me or stone, but I like it.
All right, I gotta. That's going on the top hill. That's
Now
fine.
I tried the magic marker. And when you look up at the genetic makeup of magic marker, you think it'd be like super killer. Well, the regular magic marker, I think, is better than that. So, try them both out, but you may like permanent marker better than the magic marker, even though it's been crossed with something that's really good. I mean, I would smoke it on its own, but yeah, adding it to the permanent marker didn't make it any stonier or any better.
Interesting, Paul.
But that masterpiece, holy shit, man. I smoked a joint of that at the airport before I got on, and thank God I did.
Right on.
No wonder it's good. Permanent marker is Biscotti by Jealousy. I'm sure Flora said that before, but I forgot. Oh, no, it's Biscotti by Jealousy by Sherb BX. Here we go. Hold on.
You know, today we were putting, ma- uh, getting the new strain we're
Brood
growing
set.
called Sherb Crasher, ready for the trimmer to pick it up. And my partner, he's like, dude, this smells like not, what was the other marker you said? Magic marker?
Magic marker.
He's like, this smells like magic marker. And I've been monitoring it as it grew the last couple months, and I can smell the sherb on it. It was really good smelling as it grew, but now that it's dry and getting trimmed, and then when I like smelt it in the tote, he was right. It smelled I smelt that marker smell. I was like, oh fuck, you're right. But that's just, I don't know what I imagine. Sherb Crasher is Sherb crossed into Wedding
Wedding
Crash,
crash.
which it's a new strain that we just finished our first batch. I mean, it's been around for a long time, but it's new to us, and it came out really killer. I'm smoking some
How
right now.
did it stack nice into a nice big top cola on each of the branches, or were
Yeah.
they kind of
Yeah.
okay,
The
cool?
only thing with it is, on the good side, it doesn't stretch too much, so it didn't like get it up above the trellis like the rest of the strains we got, and it's floppy. Like as it put
Okay.
on weight, and now that was our first time growing it, so we've already made adjustments in the way we uh, manicured, the bed plant, and put it on a tray with a lower trellis the next run. Make sure something to hold it up. But it's killer. It is nice. Still a little on the fresh side, but yeah. When I first tuned in, you were reading that stuff about the pesticides. I've seen different stories. And then the one thing, growing your own stuff and predominantly just smoking shit that you or one of your trusted friends that you know well. Yeah, like I think we Lost Coast or IPM from Athena. That's like, it's been a lot of years. Oh, not saying I hadn't used some of those other things briefly when they were, I don't know, like I guess we didn't have the education or the information. It was a lot of years ago when I was fighting spider mites, and the guy at the store said, like under the table, they sold out like in these little vials for like $20, right? And I didn't know any better. I used it for a battle I was having with spider mites probably almost 15, 20 years ago. It was a long time ago. But it's been like at least 10 years. Yeah, we don't use anything like that. Nothing like that. And then that if you grow your own, then you know that. So you don't have to worry. Like hearing you read all that and knowing that they keep it secret and how much stuff is in the legal market and vapes and this and that. Yeah, that would be pretty scary knowing that you've been consuming things that had traces of bad.
Well, I was about to bring this up. In Michigan, everything medical that goes into the medical dispensaries, it all gets tested. But if it fails the medical testing, they actually give the cannabis back to the person, and that person can put it on the recreational market, because the recreational market in Michigan does not It doesn't have to be tested.
Well, okay, first off, cannabis testing labs are, I'm not so sure the most trusted place. And if you're the kind of testing where you're talking about like minuscule amounts and levels of varieties of chemicals, oh, that probably gets into some serious testing that only like a lab, like an academic or some place, like as a like, because they have to keep the testing cost reasonable. If it's too much money, then that it's a problem, right? And thoroughly testing for every kind of chemical and all the different things, yeah, that's probably pretty expensive or pretty thorough. Like, I'm not so sure your first scan of cannabis testing goes that deep, personally.
It's it's a good thing that you brought that up, Bud, because I've actually been talking with the large agricultural college here in Ohio about doing testing for me. Not sex testing or anything like that, but more like hemp latent virus testing, chemical testing, whether it be pesticide or nutrient. Uh, I've gone to my local university and we're talking about me sending them all the stuff to test. So, that may be another option because we do need to have somebody that's accountable, just not a fly by night company. We need to have somebody that has some credentials.
Well, one thing with schools, they have all the facilities and the infrastructure to do very thorough testing at where they're not in the business for profit. Where
Exactly.
Many of the other labs, well, it's a business of profit, and yeah, I'm not an expert in by any means, but I know that like thorough type of testing costs a lot of money, and isn't just one test fits all. Meaning you have to like, oh, this test for this test for that, this test for that. Like you really have to dig in or completely analyze things at like at a molecule level. You know what I mean? Which they have, yeah, that's expensive stuff. And not
Yeah.
just the equipment, the time for an operator. Like those are people that make hundreds an hour to do their thing because they're trained to operate that kind of equipment.
And the thing is I've got to go down to talk to them because they want to have a cannabis class. So I'm going to go down and talk to them about that. The college is only 4.5 hours for me, but my farm is only 35 minutes from it. So go into that college and yeah, some of those people are $100 an hour, $200, $300, $500 an hour because of their degrees. But if I can work something out with the university and maybe help them, then maybe they'll help me in return.
Well, speaking about
besides that, it would get their name out.
The one story I read that I'm like, wow, that's pretty amazing is the first 6 months of 2024. That's, ended in June. Legal market. Michigan sold and raised more tax dollars than California, which I don't even know the populations, but I know that's a huge thing. Even in what Fumi was reading, said 5 million Californians use on a weekly basis or whatever.
I don't think there's 5 million people in Ohio.
Yeah, so well, the one thing that tells me, I don't think that thing implied or said that Michigan grows more weed overall than California. But that just shows our legal market is really struggling big time. And that's
But
mainly at this point, 6 years in, is that the black market that was
no,
long established.
You were
For my
this
whole
years
life.
old when you found out that Captain 420 is a Soviet spy. Ohio has a population of 11.8 million. Captain, are you even from Ohio? Are you actually
I
from
don't know.
Vladivostok? Is your name
No,
Captainovich?
they transported me down here a long time ago. Well,
Well,
Columbus is our largest city, and the city of Columbus is literally like 40, 50 miles wide.
I thought you would say Cleveland.
And
So
there's
Columbus-
only like 3 million people in Columbus. I think when I left, there wasn't even a million people in Cleveland. I think it was like 800,000.
that must be so weird. I've heard of some of these like freakishly broad cities. LA is known for its urban sprawl, but I think people don't really visualize it the same way. It's just a sprawling metropolis. There's a huge amount of people there. The whole metro area is like 18 million people or something. It's considered a megalopolis, apparently. There's only, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them in the world, I guess. Anyway, what was I going to say? What is it? Phoenix, a couple other places basically have way less population, but take up more space than Los
Yeah.
Angeles. And so basically, like, can you imagine you're just driving, and you're like halfway across town? Jesus H. Christ.
Am I ever going to get out of this city?
Seriously, you're not even out of downtown, and it's been 20 minutes of nonstop driving. Yeah, I can't think of other cities like it because I guess I haven't been to too many of them, but it's such a weird situation. It's so like anti-European, right? Because European cities are all like shoved all together. When I was in Israel, oh my God, this one city, Safed, it's like someone basically got a normal sized city and just squished it all together. And all the streets are just wiggly. Literally, some of them go on top of each other. It's madness. Like I finally figured out how to drive around there. Like you have to basically figure out that the whole downtown basically goes in a concentric circle. And once you do that, well, by the way, that doesn't help you because it still like does curly cues. But if you figure out the direction of traffic, that finally helps you tremendously. Because of course everything's in Hebrew. But how do I put it? It took me a day to even know how the fuck the road worked. It was so absolutely fucking bizarre. And there's cities like that in Italy and South America and whatever else. And then we have these like 20-mile broad cities in the US. It's so bizarre. Yeah.
That I got home last night.
Oh.
My mom handed me the keys at the airport, and I handed them back to her, and I said, "Nope, you're driving for a little bit. I need to get used to driving on the wrong side of the road."
Rusty Balzac says Houston is 2 hours of highway driving in either direction.
Oh wow,
It's ridiculous. How fucking big is Houston? Now I gotta know.
My best friend Robbie, this week
Guy Cutler.
he went to Mary Jane in Berlin, and his booth had Mothership Glass and them and one other people from Thailand. They split this booth, and been a whole ordeal. Him getting ready, getting there, packaging, traveling with stuff. He even last minute got hoodwinked to carry four. Well, they were in two cases, but four of these mothership pieces, which basically a mothership dab rig. I think that starts around
20.
7,500 is about the cheapest one you could get. My partner for the last 25 years, Gary, one of my other best friends, he's dual citizen and lives over there 3 to 6 months a year. And so Robbie had so many questions in the last month that, oh, ask Gary about this, ask him that. He's, Gary speaks fluent German, all this stuff, right? Gary basically is like trying to tell Robbie for months, German culture is not what you think it is. It's not like, even there's a cannabis culture there, but it's not the United States. People are different, okay? Right? So then Robbie calls me like pretty much every day, tell me how it was all going and stuff. Now, the event, I didn't really understand the lady, but it's this older lady that put on the event. I think she's going to refund all these people money. It was completely sold out all 3 days. I think they thought they had around 80,000 people. That is a lot for a cannabis event. Like,
Yeah.
bars down, like 80,000. Supposedly it had more booze. It was bigger than anything Barcelona's, anything we've done here. And it took
No one
3
showed up.
hours in line. This is the problem with the complaining and the lady making this apology to get in, because well, in the written statement, they just said that they just didn't expect it to be that much people. Like it. Well, the ticket sales were what, I don't know. They got caught off guard. They didn't have enough staff to handle.
Scanners.
And that if you had any tickets, they weren't that much money. A 50 euro got you all 3-day pass and entrance to these clubs at night that they had other stuff happening. If you had your wristband.
That's cool as fuck then.
Like, there were a lot of brands there. From what I could see, a lot of the crowd that does a lot of those events, like Barcelona or Cannabis and everywhere else, they were on the fence because it was like a new thing. They just passed law in Germany, but few people. But they pretty much sold everything they had in their booth. Okay. They said that more people looked and talked about the glass, but they didn't sell not one rig, not one thing, right? Because it's all, and like that was the one thing Gary said. He's like, yeah, dude, like there's people that do that stuff, but they're not like ballers. Like no one's gonna if there's a functional rig for $100, that's what the German's gonna buy. He's not gonna try to impress his friends with a $10,000 rig, like even if he had the money, okay? Because they're different, right?
Especially the slumper.
And sure enough, Bobby, yesterday when he finally done, now they're headed to Prague for a different cannabis event, the same group of people. Which I'm like,
but
wow,
Prague's going to be different.
Going from Berlin to Prague and Eastern Bloc, the cannabis events, but their booth, their whole thing is, oh, we're from the West Coast, we're California. You want what we have.
Prague is probably one of my most favorite cities in Europe.
I've heard that.
It's the party capital of Europe, really.
Well, yeah.
Fuck Amsterdam. Go to Prague.
That's why there's reality is Robbie's boss is a legacy guy from Mendo that's been running big for many years. Licensed and unlicensed, but he's a big player, no joke. He's leased out a few of his spots, but this is the first year now because basic economics made it you couldn't even pay the trimmers for what they're offering per pound. And he grows good stuff. I've moved a lot of it over the years, but it's outdoor and it's cost what it costs. he has 2 kids, wife. He's a really fucking. He knows how to build shit out, grow greenhouse, like knows the outdoor thing like the back of his hand. He's been doing it a long time. Yeah, he's in Thailand, sort of by where the captain was, but a different area. And the company or the group that hired him, he's been there like 5, 6 months. Like at first, he wasn't sure if he was really going to stay or how the deal was, and he kept his options open for this season. But then months ago, like he called Robbie, he's
He
like, "No,
fell
dude,
in
we're
love with
staying.
Thailand.
These people pay me legit. It's legit. It's an investment. We're building out all this stuff. My kids are in this better school. They're learning multiple language. The food
Yeah,
is really good and cheap.
yeah.
Medical, like all these things. He's like, yeah, nah, like,
I ain't fucking coming home.
I'm not doing this season this year. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time, the work, the effort. Put all his effort into what's going on over in Thailand, where I guess he's a
If
consultant, whatever the thing is. Oh, they trust me, this guy wouldn't work for nothing.
probably he's getting probably about 350,000 baht a month, which is $10,000 a month to live on, or yeah, basically to live on.
Yeah, but
So
he's the
for
kind of
him
guy
to
that
stay,
we
but
gave him a
no,
budget. We said we
you
wanted all these greenhouses laid out and built and and we want it done by. Yep, he knows how to get all that shit done. That's what he does.
and
You know,
then he's realizing that they're paying him $10,000 US. They're probably paying for his kids to go to school too. That was probably put into the contract. And what he's done is he's realized that, hey, listen, at the amount that they're paying me and the money that I get from people back home, Thailand is a hell of a lot cheaper and a hell of a lot better to
even
live
like
in than the United
what do you call
States.
it? Like happiness factor or like
Yep.
your life. Like even though we think, oh,
Quality of life.
like I live in Southern California, where it's really like that. But when we really think we're living in like this great thing, which at one point it was, but those days
Yep.
have fucking left, right? We're in this like very high pressure, so much stress, right? This grind, right? That a lot of cultures in a lot of other places around the world, oh, they might not have as much, whatever, but they're happy and they're overall, like per capita, where
Yeah.
yeah, I remember years ago when there was like some poll of all the countries or cities in the world, there was a decline in like what they call the happiness factor. They might have a different term for it, or like where they judge people like a lot of people, some of the highest like is in Italy. People there live like really good lives, even though it's not as much thrills and the like yeah, somehow even with the hip hop culture, we live in this weird thing about like being a baller or like that's like somehow important. You know what I mean? Like whether you are one or you just appear or thrive to be one. Where yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? At least that's how I looked at it. But you know, the, that's the way, especially in SoCal. It's all about what you wear, what you drive, you know what I mean? That's like that's an important part of like it isn't, but so many people it is. It isn't to me. I don't trip on that shit, but I notice a lot of people do and seem to have a lot of stress associated with keeping that kind of lifestyle together somehow. I thought it was funny because I like got a few of these whatever notifications, and it seemed like I clicked and read the story, and then I heard it on the radio and a different story. Like, okay, so Justin Timberlake got a DUI. What's the big deal? Oh, it turns out that's a fucking big deal. And almost like this weird cancel culture thing of like, oh, yeah, he's bad. That's bad. You got a DUI. Like, well, okay, he's human. I wonder, wait, you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Why were you driving anywhere? But then again, if you are that rich, you don't want to give up the freedom of like driving yourself somewhere, right? But and I always wonder if you're rich, why you'd be like the first thing I would do is not drive. Have someone drive me. At least that's what I as much as I like to drive, I like to be driven too.
Yes, Miss Daisy, I'll drive you to the Piggly Wiggly.
That's why I hope I'm still alive for like the car that just drives yourself and you don't have to do shit. I'm ready for that. I think they already could get this technology going faster, but it seems like the public and this like campaign of like, well, what if it kills somebody? Even if it did, which it would be lower than I think what human error is. So it'd be a win-win in my mind. But somehow we're like afraid of letting trucks or self-driving things because a fatality could happen. Well, okay,
Cheers.
yeah, but I still think in the end the stats would show that the more we went on that, it would lower that. It would lower the amount of accidents and fatalities and stuff. That's what I think. But somehow the public is afraid of it.
Damn, I cannot spell tonight. Well, I can't spell all anytime, but that's besides the point.
Now, the most important thing is what was your like, okay, I got to eat this now that I'm back at home?
When I get hungry because I didn't get up until almost 6, there is a package of 93% lean ground beef in the refrigerator. The pan is on the stove and the ketchup is also in the refrigerator. So I'm going to take that 1 pound, 93% lean ground beef. I'm going to break it up into 2 patties and I'm going to eat that whole fucking thing. But yeah, tomorrow is steak dinner with Dad because it was supposed to be today. No, my dad loves the way I cook steak. He hates my mom cooking a steak. So mom don't even cook the steak when I'm home. I do. So we're going to have T-bones tomorrow. And the next day I set it up. I have a business meeting at the Italian restaurant that I love. And we're going to sit down and talk business at that one because that's kind of part of the family. So I'm going to have chicken Marcel, which is a meal by itself. And it wouldn't be a problem to get regular pasta, but with the chicken Marcel, I really love Alfredo. And their Alfredo sauce is made to order. It's not like, they make up enough for like 20 portions. No, it's 1 for 1. So I have to pay for that whole meal too. So my meal comes out to about $45. But I eat for like 2 days. So that's what my Italian dinner is going to be. And then it'll be ground beef 3 times a week, 4 times a week. No pork, no chicken for a while, no rice.
I'll tell you something that's going on, and probably going on right now. So what's the computer company called HP, right? They're one of the huge computer companies. They're having their like week-long convention
Bitch.
at the Venetian in Vegas. The Venetian connects to the Sphere. Yesterday, I have a copy of what they sent to their employees or the people at their convention, which are only HP employees from all over the world or whatever, right? They hired the Dead to play one set only. Usually a Dead shows 2 sets and encore. One set. Right now, tonight. And then in the Dead family, they sent out a thing and said, if you go to the right spot at the Venetian and ask nicely, you should be able to get in. Like they just put that out this afternoon because like like even my one friend that's there, he's like, yeah, most of the people that are from this convention, they probably aren't even gonna go. Like it's not like every and it's not that many the Spear holds 20,000 people. But somehow that company, I'm sure they're paying a pretty penny to get the Dead to play because the Dead only play Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Usually they fly home like for the days off and then come back on Thursday. But somehow they're playing on Tuesday night, a special show for the HP executive, whatever the fuck. You love it when a company's got so much money they can just say, sure, yeah, let's do this for our employees. Spend multi-million dollars for one set, like a fake show, because it won't even be a real show. Because a real show, it takes people and all types of people. If you try to like have some private thing with just these people, they're usually pretty lame. They won't be getting all drunk and partying and taking psychedelics. There'll be it'll be like going to the zoo. They'll be there to observe, not participate.
I will be checking what bands are playing though over the next couple days too. It's time to go see some music.
Right on.
Well,
I hope my friends still are part of the clubs.
so many things going on across the country with so many different acts. It wouldn't be hard. Ohio's got plenty of good music there too.
Yeah.
And compared to the little bit of like Thai bands you've shown, yeah, like just a good cover band at a local bar would probably be good.
Yeah. Actually, I've got a couple friends that do play out. Probably there's between the 3 of them, they're probably playing out almost once a night. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, those are festival days. So you could probably find them playing at a festival someplace here in Ohio. But my friend Dave, who plays a badass bass, And, you know, he's basically a one-man band for bars and shit like that. But, you know, I think he's playing Thursday. I'll have to check IG again. Okay, we'll let you in. If it was hardcore, I'd be not touching that button. J5, that button to get touched. Hardcore, one else you guys have to. I ain't taking no responsibility.
You love hardcore. Isn't like when
Oh.
somebody gives you a hard time, that's a sign they love you, right?
Then I tell you what, there's a ton of people that love me. I just don't know it that way.
You live a much more stress-free life if that's how you look at it. If somebody's like giving you a hard time and you just realize, oh, that's a sign that they love me. If you think, oh God, they must hate me, then yeah, no, that's all negative.
Yeah. I've gotten to the point in my life, hey, you either meet me and like me or you don't. But don't judge me until you meet me. Because you may find out that, hey, I am one cool motherfucker to hang out with. He even brings his own weed.
What's going on, Smash? What's going?
You're muted.
Yeah, me too.
No, I was just saying, I lost track of time.
Yeah.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, my buddy swung over. It's just so fucking hot. I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, I've heard there's
was-
like a lot of heat. It's still the average 70 something here. We do have sunshine now, day after day, instead of the overcast.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's nice here.
But
I was just leaving Thailand when the overcast was breaking.
just on the news, there's so many fires and some of them out of control and the same old stories. Uh,
Yeah, we're in a
Hey,
heat wave.
when you're in a state where grass literally catches on fire from the sun, you're going to have fires, and that's California.
well,
When I lived out in the San
pretty much
Joaquin Desert
almost
Valley,
everywhere in the world, I think we can say without a doubt that without the human presence, the earth, as part of its natural cycle, had fires. And that was like an important part of the cycle of nature. There's certain like trees that their seeds or the reproductions tied to a fire. There's all kinds of things that,
Mushrooms that only grow after a fire.
yeah.
Fire.
So for us and our wanting to like, you know, put up houses and buildings and structure and then think that should just make it that there's no more fires. Yeah, that's not gonna work. You just fire's part of it. Just like tornadoes and hurricanes are part of it. Few things, nature,
No.
there's no stopping nature. Fires are part of nature. Now, when man made or man purposely start, that's a different story. And a lot of times the fire started by a creation of man, the power infrastructure, different things. But there are also fires where it's just nature, right?
You know, fresh bark mulch is combustible.
Yep.
If you put bark mulch down and it's super hot, there is possibility for it to catch on fire. Only really fresh stuff. Because I
California,
think it's
like,
because of the-
we had a lot of years that are drought. Those are the years that we didn't have very much growth of the nature, the empty brushland. Oh, when we have record rains, then we have record growth of the Chaparral or whatever you call that. And then when it starts to warm up and there's no more water, they die and dry up, and part of the cycle is burn. They burn. Like that's
Look at
what
this
happens.
little- check this little light bulb I got. It's like just a little LED light. $2. Pretty bright.
What's everybody smoking on? What's everybody smoking on chat? In
I
chat.
just
too?
rolled out my strain, apple fritter across the Count 91 Cali Oak.
Right on. I'm smoking pink mango.
If you want to see the bud, check out my Instagram. I posted some pictures. I'm making I'm ordering all this stuff for pre-rolls. I'm gonna do. I got planted of the grapes. I'm gonna take a plant and a half and just grind it all up, and then I'm gonna take the tops of one plant and turn it into keef, and then I'm just gonna make a bunch of pre-rolls rolled in keef.
Nice.
I might even buy some distillate. Or maybe make some hash. I need to get new bubble bags.
You've been saying that for a while.
I know. I just have so much fucking other stuff I gotta spend money on. It's not the top of the priority.
I just found out that I got to go get insurance before I can even drive anything.
Careful.
They changed my parents' policy, and I can't be like free driver underneath their insurance anymore. So that's gonna be fucking $1,000.
Yeah. I don't know about Ohio, but here, dude, insurance is a lot of money. It's
I gotta go
a couple
to
grand a
Michigan.
month. Whatever. I don't even know Michigan. I've only registered out here.
Hey, Smash. So the Celtics won. That's a big thing. Right?
18. I won some money on them. Hell yeah. And it's kind of sucks because they could have swept them, dude. I know they could have ended in game 4, but they wanted, people are like, oh, they wanted to end it in Boston. I'm like,
I don't
well,
know how many years, but for a long time in those 7-game series, sometimes I realize, oh, there's a certain, they're making a lot of money. So it's sweet. There's, that the TV and the advertisers and they want more games. And sometimes there seems to be more games. Now, did I hear it right? That not only did they lose the 4th game, but they lost by 38 points or some craziness?
Yeah, they weren't even playing their starters didn't even really play.
Okay, so there it is there.
And they brought in a ref. The ref that was reffing game 4 is called the Extender. That's his nickname.
Like any of those things, I guess that's saying just follow the money. And when you follow the money, anything like that makes sense.
The funny thing is, the odds were super weird for the last game. And then all of a sudden they lose a game and they're coming to Boston and the odds are like stacked against them. I had to put two players to make points to make it plus 100 so I could make 50% on my money.
Yeah.
It
The odds in the sports book is about making money, them making money, not necessarily by winning and losing bets, just the overall thing. Yeah.
I missed one player on my other parlay. I had a $5 parlay to win 150, dude. One player fucked the whole thing up. Had a horrible game.
Oh, that's why that's a parlay for 5 to 150.
Parlays are fun. And like it's cool to be able to bet $1 and possibly win $1,000 bucks, you know? I think it's better odds than a scratch ticket.
Oh, well, way for sure. I think scratch tickets and even the other lottery is like the longest odds in all gambling.
That's what I'm saying. Might as well make a fucking crazy parlay. Instead of buying a $5 scratch ticket, put it on a crazy parlay and make it kind of low so it's easy to hit.
I think your chances of winning is higher if you bought into a poker tournament and didn't even look at any cards and just went all in every hand. You might have a higher chance of winning that tournament than you would ever have of winning the lottery. Like
Funny.
lottery's like trillion to one and shit, dude.
Oh, we're so close to my event, man. So I've decided I'm making shish kebabs and Spanish rice. That's what I'm gonna bring and make on the grill. My cousin's bringing ribs, chicken, pork chops, and mac and cheese. So we're gonna munch down before we get like actually going.
That's always a good thing because sometimes I go to events, especially ones like cannabis, where you smoke a lot, and then I hit a spot in the day or in the evening where I realize, yeah, I have not consumed enough.
Food or liquid.
Exactly. And
I'm gonna have free water. I'm gonna have free water. I'm gonna get Market Basket has like dollar iced tea, 2 liters. I'm gonna get a couple of those, get some soda. So there will be free water and stuff. I'm gonna go set up that tent, I think tomorrow.
so wait, the events this weekend?
No, next weekend. But I'm having like dreams of this tent not being right.
Well, yeah, that's
Holy
the beauty
shit.
of putting on an event, all that, the anxiety, the excitement, stressing out, getting it all together, putting all your energy into it. That's what makes it the thing. Sounds
I'm
like
just-
Here we go. This
everything
is
you
what
say
I
about
love.
it. I wish I was in Boston. Sounds like I like fish kebabs. Hell yeah.
This is about the best it gets. I've kind of been scrolling through my IG and man, there's at least 2 music festivals for like the next 3 months every weekend.
Oh yeah, it's that time of year.
And like COVID totally shut down the entertainment thing for whatever. And then it took a year or two. Now this is the first year I feel like we're back at like pre-COVID music, like where there's just so much of it. Like they're used, like, yeah, COVID really derailed the music scene for a couple years there. took a while to get it back going full strength. But I think we're at full strength now.
Oh yeah, dude.
Take the poison, like whatever you
Rally.
like. There's plenty of it.
The Freedom Rally after COVID was crazy. It was so packed. Like that's an event every year that I look forward to for. It's just so fun. Middle of Boston, go smoke and hang out. I'm supposed to go to Boston Friday. I kind of want to go to the parade at 11 in the morning. But the fucked up thing is, my buddy's got a show later that night. So I'd be there at the parade till like 2. And then I just have to hang out in Boston until the show, which I don't really want to
I
do.
don't know if it even made the news there, but I saw Jimmy Kimmel monologue, and then he showed that at the game there were Boston fans, obviously with Boston jersey things on, fighting with each other, like and multiple, like he had like this joke thing. It was like, what's wrong with Boston fans? They're like beating up each other. And they were like drunken brawls during the game. Yeah.
That's what it is. It's not the Boston fans, it's the fucking drunks.
Yeah, there are these certain people, they get a certain inebriated and something triggers in them and they want to fight anybody. They don't even know why.
Especially after a win, dude. Everyone was drinking till 2 a.m.
Like I've been around enough drinking to know that yep, there's a certain percentage of people, mainly men, not always all men. They get to a certain spot and they're the nicest person that never like that any other way. Next thing you know, they want to fight anybody, right? They're all fucking drunk like that. Cannabis, there is not 1% of people that you can say, yeah, that guy smokes like a little too much. Next thing you know, he's fucking doing this. Like, we don't have those like negative like effects from cannabis. Worse is like, oh, he fucking falls asleep or he does something silly or something, but not any of the negative things with it. Like, and somehow alcohol is like accepted as like part of our society norm. The cannabis is like been frowned on or or lied upon for so long. There's so many things you can point to like that.
I went to a Wiz Khalifa concert and I'm smoking, obviously. That's usually what I'm doing. And everyone else around me is drinking, really. Like me, Miranda Family Farms, everyone was drinking. And I start lighting up, and a lady that is holding a beer with her kids looks at me and gives me a face for smoking. I was 10, 20 feet away from them. I'm like, okay, one, why do you have your fucking kids at a Wiz Khalifa Snoop Dogg concert? 2, you're holding a beer while taking care of them right now. 3, it's fucking Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa. You should know people are going to be smoking.
Yeah, but there's like these certain people that's them. You just hope that that's not your neighbor, right? Because like that's the worst when you have a neighbor like that. But there's these certain people, for whatever reason, they're like that. Like, and they're everywhere. They're even in dead shows where you're like, yeah, are you kidding me? This is a fucking dead show, right?
Like a good neighbor, stay the fuck over there.
But
I
humanity, you never figure out humanity because like humanity is like aided, but it's crazy. People are crazy. We're all crazy in our ways, but people some people like have like head trips, like control freaks. Like,
So there was a video of the Dead playing at the Sphere, but it's showing the front row where people are dancing. And I made a comment. I'm like, I've never seen more off rhythm people at a show in my life.
well, but they're in the rhythm of like like it's hard to explain. Like the band plays slow, but you see, like yeah, and there's different. The one thing
What about
about
the
disco
spinning? Why do
is
Deadhead
anybody's
spin?
form of dance is okay, right? So you don't have to be a good dancer. Like there's these other people that are usually on the side wings. They're called spinners,
Yeah,
right?
what is that?
And they've been around. It's almost like a drug because when you really get into like true spinners, now if you were a regular person said, "Oh, let me try this out," you'd spin one
No.
way, you'd spin one way, and then you'd spin back the other way. Okay, a spinner only spins one way. Okay, that's how you know, like, oh, that's a poser spinner. They're like stopping and going the other way because if you only spin one way for a very prolonged period of time, yeah, like, oh, and some of the cutest girls on tour were what for years. We've had spinners for 50 fucking years. We're spinners, okay? After a few encounters, you realize, oh no, stay the fuck away from the spinner. They're like, it'd be like, I would say, like, when somebody huffs or does some weird drug where they're like half brain dead, right? That's what spinning does to some people, right? They like one of the there's always these weird hippie dudes that are like in the spinner group, right? And they're the ones that usually bring the duct tape, right? Because that's the other thing. If you spin, oh, you're talking about the gnarliest calluses on your feet, and a lot of them they duct tape their foot with a bunch of duct tape for it, like because shoes or any of that you'll wear those out in like one show, and they spin every show, right? A lot of times it's like a phase, right? Like, oh, people get into the Dead and then they get into that group and they're in there for a few years and then they pop out of it. Like being a Deadhead, there's phases, you know, you go through. But then there's certain people, oh, they've been spinning from like the early 80s and they're still spinning, right? And if you really sit there, and sometimes I've been off to the side and I know some of these people, watch them in action. Yeah, it's gnarly. And when you really think about, yeah, it's be past dizzy. You like dizzy's the first couple minutes, right? It's in another zone. And you think, oh, they must be on drugs and all that. No, that is their drug. Like it puts them in like some weird state that even after the show, they're still like spinning, right? It's hard to explain. You'd have to.
That's Creed.
Yeah, and it's sweaty and nasty in that area because like a lot of them are like whoops, like some of that.
Like I've been to raves and stuff.
Because if you spin for 3 hours a night, it's going to be hard for you to like go out afterwards and have your shit together to try to make money. You're spun. You're spun. Like some of the words that became like part of the zeitgeist, like I remember in the earliest 80s, no one in the regular world would say, yeah, that person's spun. Right? That kind of came out of tweakers, like or spun. But no, in Deadhead land, we used to like say, oh yeah, she spun. That just meant that she was a spinner. It was like, yeah, what do you expect from a spinner?
So
They like
the word
they did something to their brain, and there's this one guy that they made this documentary of, and then some doctor mental guy or a brain guy explain this what happens when you do that, and it is important that they spin the same way, right? Because like, oh, it doesn't work if you spin for 5 minutes this way and then spin the other way, right? You have to spin in one direction for God knows hours at a time.
Um,
If that makes
don't-
any sense. I mean, that's like, yeah, that's the spinners. They have their own
Yeah.
whole creed. They have their own whole clique, right?
Yep.
And they look out for each other because there's a lot of posers that people like go, oh, that looks fun. Let me just go get in the middle of this thing. Well, there's a lot more going on in that thing than what it looks like, and sometimes all that outside energy of like drunken
Bad.
spinners, like that isn't, or guys trying to hit on the girls because yeah, a lot of them are pretty young girls or women. Majority of the spinners are women.
99% are.
the word spun for me growing up, and how I learned was from an older hippie, but he wasn't a deadhead hippie, he was just a hippie. Was the effect after you hit the LSD. So like we would be like, oh, we're spun out. So meaning like, oh, we're coming down and off of the LSD, like the brain.
Or whatever, yeah.
You're tripping. You're just starting to
Kinda.
hit that in
Yeah.
that peak where
No.
things are like melting on you. You're
No.
spun then.
He considered it the melted brain after.
uh
Listen, the spinners, for the most part, there's many events where the only place they can get their spin on is in the
Is in the back.
hallway, or like where you can barely hear the music because it's muffled. It's not in a, like, yeah, it's wherever people aren't at in the event because they need space to spin, right? So it's not like
Just
they even are like they're, it's weird. It's
the
not like
beat.
they're listening to music.
Well,
It's oh, they are, but in this whole other way, right? Like it's hard to explain. The music, hey, if you're a deadhead, then all these songs are like embedded in you. So even though they're just playing this old ass version that they created in the new thing, you can still hear it the way it was played back in the day when they were like high too. Like some, like when you really start to follow the history of the dead, some of the most phenomenal shows of the 70s are like documented that, oh yeah, that Owsley had made some Kool-Aid backstage and everybody was drinking it like water for the whole night. Oh, no wonder that show sounds like this. Well,
don't eat
that
red
was when they
licorice.
were like 20s and 30s and stuff. Not saying they didn't have do drugs once in a while. And even today, it, it yeah, Bob Weir takes mushrooms periodically, even in his late 70s, and plays music, right? But oh no, they were like tripping at the at like, you know, the young guys level, and somehow could still put on a concert. And some of those are the like when they played the best, you know.
I gotta make up some packs of this papaya rum cake. Hey, Fumi. I'm
Welcome
gonna
back, Jimmy.
I'm gonna give out probably, I don't know, I'll make five packs, maybe 10 5-packs.
Sorry for what?
To give away at my event.
Oh, right on.
Good boy. I'm playing fetch with the cat. My cat Moo likes to play fetch.
What kind of comp
I
is
can't
he?
wait to make
SSD and the fucking thing says it's taking 9 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, what were you gonna say, Smash?
Oh, how do you guys get keep to stick to the outside of like a pre-roll?
Keef to stick to the outside of a pre-roll. Oh,
Rosin,
Rosin.
dip in rosin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't really like coat it in rosin.
Can
No,
you
you
rosin
what
on
you
there?
do is you take your dab tool and a lighter and you just light it till you boil a little bit and you make a downward swirl around it,
yeah.
and that's how you do it. But remember, every time you make that swirl, to dip it into the keef or put the keef on because it's still kind of malleable
So
and
I know
wet.
what you're talking about. I want like a full coating on the paper.
Just,
Then just coat the whole thing.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, I'm
what
not
they
gonna do it.
do.
This isn't for me. I'm not gonna make a bunch of rosin. I want to put like I thought about just misting it with water and letting it cure, just to get it to
Nah,
stick, or mist it with distillate because I want to coat the whole like cone from
just
to the top.
Just heat up some distillate and use a brush. You can get fuck. You could just get an oil paintbrush, basically.
Silicone brush would work, I bet.
Oil. It's not water soluble. Like I mean, I guess you could get some kind of distillate or water soluble cannabinoid, but I don't know unless you can find it. I don't know of one. So the cheapest you're going to get is probably some kind of distillate, basically for 5, 10 bucks a gram. Get 2, 3 grams of that basically, and heat it up. It doesn't have to be boiling hot. It just has to be basically
Yeah.
distillate,
Okay.
and then essentially paint it on there. So you basically make a bunch of cones. I guess probably the easiest is if you actually fill the cones first, because then they're going to have like stiffness basically, and you just literally paint some rosin on there, and then you can roll
I
it.
mean, like to Trebek.
I've seen people do that. I don't remember exactly how they did it, but that's the rough gist of it, I'm sure.
And my experience is some of the best ways, somehow, if you just mix it in the weed, right? Because it needs something to burn on, and you
Mm.
get more bang for your buck than if you put it on that paper. Even though there's guys that have become so good at rolling hash holes and these type of joints, but for the most part, that's like a run waiting to happen, right? Like
Mm.
it's hard to really put something
I've,
on a joint and then still have it smoke evenly or whatnot.
that's why I've had them that are like coated evenly across it, and it burns pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's the key. Even and even the rolling and everything. Yeah, but that's more
All right.
time consuming to create those.
Oh,
Sure.
sure. That's what
I
that's
gotta
what these
find,
were.
I gotta find some distillate.
This was cannabis and keef and then distillate. And it was exactly how Captain said, your Humidor said, just paint it on and then they roll it in the keef.
You know, it's funny. Here in my office, there's one of these like freezer, like small ones. It has like a lock, like it's made with a lock. Like you cannot open the door with that lock shut. I think it's gone on 2 years because we haven't done any distillate runs for a couple years. There's jars and jars of distillate in this freezer, but we don't know where the key is.
Yeah.
And there's really like I don't know, and I would say, oh here I got some distillate for you, but all the distillate is like in this freezer I can't open, and I start realizing, yeah, how much like it's small freezer thing, whatever, but probably uses $5 or $10 a month worth of power to be on, right? And then you add up years of it, it's like, yeah.
I've cut that lock with fucking bolt cutters.
Well, it's
Pick it. I can
Wait.
pick it.
no, you
Lock.
can't, because it's one of these kind of locks. Here, I'll show it to you.
That's what she said.
That's the kind of key.
Mm.
Wait, we'll go back. I missed
Yeah.
it.
You can open it this much, but like my partner said, if we were just to pry it open, then that would be it. It would fuck up the thing.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
like I say, like, oh, there used to be distillate, like there was a value for it. That's why that was being made. Those days are over. So we just sit on it. There's no demand.
so the way that
Hey,
lock
sit on
works,
it, Cunningham.
it goes in there and it's curved. If you open it the way you did and just get a screwdriver in there and find the bar, you can bend the bar in and open it.
Yeah,
Focus on
one of these
the wall.
days I'll. But it's, if there
If
was
you want.
something like, oh, see all the diamonds and sauce. Oh, I got jars of that too.
I love diamonds and sauce.
Actually, my shirt.
Those are in the other freezer because, well, there's no value in that shit. Like, no one I know even fucks with anything solvent if it's not fresh frozen rosin. They don't fucking touch it.
See, it's way different over here. The solvent market's still pretty big.
Well, I know that, yeah, there's still a lot of solvent produced in California, but a lot of it's a ship out. Because, yeah, rosin's like kind of so available, like anywhere, at least in the stores or through people. And well, there's brands that still cost a lot of money. Oop, the train's going by. But no, rosin prices for like rosin that is at least as good as any sauce or diamonds is pretty cheap these days, almost the same prices.
Let's fucking walk away.
It's pretty light for $2. Yeah, I don't want to be invested into making pre-rolls, buying like hash and shit, because hash here is still kind of pricey.
I was just gonna say, if you want to go baller and just make a bunch of hash holes.
I was just gonna do pre-rolls, you know what I mean? I got the Collins, I got the machine. I'm just gonna grind up.
Probably do it anymore, but for the longest time, over the years, I would go to art stores, or there's places you can buy them, and you can get different sizes. But the standard one, I think, is 18 by 24, and they're like 110 mesh, which is different than like 110 micron. But and all the trimming I would do on that, I wouldn't try to agitate anything to go through there. But at the end of a whatever, you would have to have it over glass. Like I had a glass table. It was like really good keef. Like that was like the killer keef. And what I had a pipe with these weird screen thing. But the best thing I could do with that is sprinkle that in like a pile of weed, roll like a bunch of joints, and yeah, those joints were the fucking best, dude. With just a little good keef in it, and keef's easy to make, collect. It's there. You just don't collect it. Even those trim bins, those work pretty good. When the screen's new, especially. You don't have to agitate, like, if you agitate it, well, then you're getting too much other crap in there. But if you just like let what falls off go through, you don't collect a lot. But what you do collect is fire.
I actually got to run these through the cleaner.
It's like, if you collect it properly, it's full melt. It's not like it melt in a dab rig melt, but like, oh, you try to put it in a pipe, they'll just melt right through the hole. You have to have like a screen or something.
Oh, I found it. Sweet.
Yeah, I gotta
Like
clean
so
that.
many years ago, like probably 20 years ago. Like if you were like what would be concentrate at the time, what people had, growers, was like keef. And a lot of times if you collect that stuff in a jar over time, a day or two or conditions, it would goop up. So it would be like goopy resin, even though you put it in there as dry keef. Like if you kept it in your pocket, just the warmth of your pocket would melt it. Um, yeah, that's to this day, that to me is the premium. Yeah, you don't have to wash it. You didn't put it in water. You didn't do all this, press it. You just collect it. Now you're not getting a lot. That's why it's not like, oh, it's a product. You can buy that stuff for whatever per gram because yeah,
So this is
like
a
oh, I
90.
can get 3-4 pounds and only get a fucking couple grams or gram or something of it. But it was
So this
pure
is a
white, like no color at all in it.
90 mesh count, which is about 160
Yeah,
micron.
I know that one of the standard ones for these are t-shirt printing, like t-shirt guys, well, they do it differently now, but the old school way, they had different screens and that's why they were cheap. Like they're like 15-20 bucks. If
This
you buy
I
them in
got it.
bulk, you get them for usually they're aluminum and they use hot glue to put the
What I'm showing
mesh
right
on
now.
it. Yeah.
Same shit.
And they even have them smaller, like 18 by
I have
24. That's pretty big, and you have to have a table. Like I say, I guess
This
you
one's
could
pretty
do it
big.
on almost anything, but you really need to do it on glass.
Yep,
Like
I got a glass table over here. I got
it's
two
up.
screens for two pack. That's how I do all my keep is with that 90 mesh. Works really good.
Yeah. Somewhere there's jars of it here. I don't know.
It's fucking
Here's a
hard.
jar here. Wait, I have the phone. Oh.
It's very warm around here.
What I used to like, I'd usually roll those for concerts because once you light it, even if you just take one hit and hold it off to the side for 10 minutes, you could go 10 minutes and you hit it again, it'll still be going. It like never goes out. Yeah, the second joint I rolled is the I-95, which out of these legacy strains, yeah, I mean, oh, they are what they are, all that. But they're not gonna like be bag appeal at bulk. No one's gonna appreciate that. They still want the fucking purple, whatever, the fucking strains, the modern strains. So even though we've kept it, there's still a couple we haven't abandoned. Yeah. And oh, there was Larry OG, I-95, Bubba, Garlic something, JFK, which turns out like I don't know why I didn't pay attention to that one.
What is it?
I looked it up. It stands for just fucking Kush. But
It's
another
really good.
thread of it, and it's a strain. Some company, I didn't recognize the name, but it was it's from like it's been around a while. There's also like a lineage that it's JFK, but sometimes sold under Marilyn Monroe. Okay, but the real reality of JFK is supposedly just fucking Kush is what it stood for when it first came out, not JFK, the president. But okay, somehow somebody marketed it under Marilyn Monroe. Haha, catchy. It's weird, the straight names and also that like
There's a string
little
called
quirk
a
people tried to spin on things like, oh, today with Instagram in the modern world, oh, everyone, this is part of it. But even in the 80s and 90s, there was already pre-internet, pre-hype machine, branding, blah, blah, blah. People would come up with their own little stories for strains, right?
the guy
Some
that
of them
does like
are
only
just like
bad
obscure
names.
shit, like obscure, like, you know what I mean? Like whatever, I can call it what I want. I'm calling it this. You know what I'm saying?
You ever heard of the string cokeheaded slut?
No, like
Yeah.
even I'm one of those people because I'm an old, I had my days of being a crackhead. So like when green crack came around, yeah, I thought that was bullshit. I was like, what? You call a straight green crack? Like I didn't like that name, and so I never really like. I smoked some of it. I would never grow green crack. God, I didn't like the name. Like you know, you end up making choices off of things. Everybody has those things in their mind, and help is part of your decision process of why you like grow this or that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't. I never
So
grew
this
the green crack.
guy, Riot Seeds, does crazy names like this.
Yeah, well, Riot, he's his own character. Yeah,
F1 Derb to Platinum Banana OG. That's cokeheaded.
he's got a mixed reputation, but he's been around a while. I've known Matt. He was in San Diego for a while. Now he's somewhere else. But yeah, like, but one thing I realized, especially with the breeder,
This guy's got a lot of shit
is
apparently. I
that
don't know if you
there
believe it.
is like 1,000 of them at least, and there's like a certain little demographic that like that guy over this guy or that guy or this, right? Because like there's certain people I think they have fire. Like I know they do. But then like for instance, this guy, I mean, he came from the West Coast, but there's this guy named Coma, okay? Now he's in Oklahoma, right? He has a mullet. He's a certain character. I follow him on Instagram because
He's ex-military.
he makes me laugh. He's fucking crazy as fuck. He's like a kid from the city, San Francisco. Had a terrible upbringing. Ended up in Oregon. Made his way. He's a legit grower and breeder. He's been around a while. He's got his credibility. All this shit, right? But like, yeah, me and him are like polar opposites. All right, in the way we think, everything. All right. So like, yeah, no, I wouldn't grow his stuff just on that, even though, oh wait, that strain, fuck, that's a killer strain. Why? I've tried to get over that and realize you can't let the personalities get in the way of the plant because first off, nobody owns this fucking plant. Anybody that's trying to make it like they do, they're living in some bullshit. All right. Especially in today's world, like, oh, strains. No, now, this plant's out there, and the only way that we can protect it from being lost or certain genetics being lost is by spreading it. Because some of the genetics that have been lost in the shuffle, I remember, were the ones that were held so fucking tight, even back then, right? Oh, yep. What happened to it? It's gone. You know what I mean? And that happens, right? Like that happened. It's happened a few times, you know. So the best way to not have that happen is proliferate, right? And that's what the whole thing should be about, right? Um, not hoarding. And I came out of the era of like total hoarding. Like who had what genetics? That was the most power. Like that was it. Like, and you really had to like be on the right. Yeah, it wasn't easy. And you sometimes you'd have to ask multiple times and wait multiple fucking years before somebody would finally go, all right, okay, you can have a cut of this. Because somebody had something they wanted to like be that. I get that. It was a different time. It was a different landscape. Like we live in a whole other landscape now. We're not going back. That's the thing. We're not going back. Even though a lot of us reminisce and know all the like great times of the past, but if you think we're going back, or you think that we're ever going to be able to relive any of that, we're not. That's not how life is. You can only go forward. Like, like even in politics, if any of these fuckers are trying to tell you, oh yeah, we're going back to when we're going to make it like it went back when it was, that's impossible. Like that, you can't do it. You can't go back. You can think about the past and learn for the future, but you can't like recreate it. No,
Yeah, I mean,
no, no. Hey, being a deadhead. Oh, we've been trying to recreate this thing fucking since way back, right? No, can't do it. Can't do it. You can only move forward.
yeah, but I mean, you can teach people. Like a lot of the people I deal with or know who I know understand bag appeal isn't everything. Like I have this killer weed right now. It hits you like a truck, but the bag appeal, it looks like old school weed.
Well, like there's different people markets. Like a lot of times, even though I'm not part of the legal market in any way,
Dude, something flew in my eye.
some of those things we're talking about is what rules that, right? For whatever reason. In my circle, I have a few people that are like they other than like once or twice them like trying out a dispensary or delivery service, they've been like loyally picking up their stash from me for like over 20 years. And those are the customers that like, oh, it might not look like all that, but it's really dang. They they just are after really dang. And then I also have other people, a lot of those are the ones that resell it. Oh, yeah, no. They'll pass on those to have something that just looks a certain way. And I get that too, right? Because there's like whatever the variance, the variable, like they, and if you try to box yourself in and just be one thing, yeah, that's not how it works. At least in my experience, you know. And if you have people for 20 years, 10 years, it's your job to know and serve them what is what they're looking for. If you can. Sometimes, oh, yeah, you don't have what the fucking guy that wants it to look all perfect at this price, you know? Oh, well. And not say, well, here, just take this, even though you know that's not what they want. You know what I mean? Like I know the word custody. That's kind of common today, especially in the branding thing. People are just custody, right? And I wouldn't even call my people customers, right? No, like I don't look at them that way. And then I try to like I grew Tangy for years and like I barely could get high from it, but like there was like enough of these people, they loved that. They thought like, oh, their wife liked it because she could smoke it in the day and still deal with her kid or whatever their reasons were. And then one day I was like, oh, I'm over Tangy. I still have people, it's been years. A couple of them asked me, oh, what, you're never going to grow that shit again? I'm like, no, probably not. Because it didn't do anything for me. I'd always have a little and smoke it every once in a while. Always thinking maybe this batch will have like some legs or something. Oh, it always tasted great. It did. Oh, that you couldn't deny that. And it grew easy and looked good, but it didn't do what I use weed for effect. I don't use weed for flavor or any of that. I use weed for effect. And
Hmm.
I like that. I like to be like super stoned, like stupid stoned, as much of the day as I can be. A lot of people don't like that. They like weeds that don't make them that way.
So right now, outdoors, I have Chem Dog Cross to Chem 91 Calio. I've already harvested 3 of the plants. I've grown 3 plants, and one of them had like an asphalt smell, but 2 of them have like a funk, like they're like you put your nose in the jar and you pull away, and you have to go in for another sniff. So I got those
I
growing out.
like weeds that when you break them up and grow them or smell them, yeah, they smell like good, but that's not the best part of it. It's when you smoke it, all of a sudden they have like, yeah, they like you can't smell what it's gonna smoke like in the bag. It's right. It just smells like good weed. Like I-95's this way. Like it's not that terpy or anything in the modern thing. It's definitely got a little soury thing going on. Good weed. But then when you light it, it becomes all this complexity. In your exhale, it's a dank, fucking stinky ass smell that
This one has
like
a spray paint smell.
some of these weeds that are these designer flavors, yeah. Like, oh, and if I left my office right here and then came back in a couple minutes, oh, I'd know somebody was smoking I-95 in here because there's this distinct like exhale smell, right? A lot of these like super flavors, oh, man, they are all that. You break them up, oh my God, you light it and taste it, it's all that. But then the exhale or all that is like not all that. Like, there's no dank in that. Like certain weeds, somebody can light a joint up 50 yards from you. You get one little whiff of that dankdom, and you're like, oh, somebody's smoking killer weed.
You know
Right.
you have dank weed when you can smell it in your pocket, for real. Like I close
Yeah.
my stuff up in Mylars sometimes, and I'll leave and I'll be like, holy shit, I smell like weed. Like it's so hard to actually smell it in my house. But when I'm away for a little while, I catch hints of weed like in the air. It's pretty cool. But I'm so nose blind to the smell now. It's like
Yeah. I mean, when you're a grower and you have your growing your own residence, or you get, you're so blind to
Real
the
quick.
smell, you don't realize that like, oh, people will come over and they'll like not even get out of their car. They'll be like, damn, it smells like weed.
Damn.
Like I could stand in my driveway and I wouldn't smell any weed at all. But that's because I'm like so used to that. Whereas other people, they're like, they hardly ever
Holy
smell it.
shit.
When they do, they're really sensitive to it. Like just the hint of it, they can smell
we all smoke too, so like I mean well not all of
it.
us, but
Well,
2 out of the 3
all those
people who
things
smoke.
used to be like a big part of the paranoia of being a grower, right?
Hmm.
Being a person that had weed on them. One thing in the last years of the legal changes, yeah, even the fact that legally, I think it's even the Maine Supreme Court, but I know like California Supreme Court ruled that cannabis is not probable cause. The smell of weed is not probable cause. You could get pulled over and not have any weed at all, and a cop would say, smells like weed. And that's all he would have to say in the
Yeah.
in the paperwork to be able to search your car without consent, right? Oh, he had probable cause. So they could just, and they did. They used that like They didn't smell weed half the time. They just knew, oh, well, this guy looks like he might have a gun. Let's say it smells like weed. We could search him, right? I mean, that's some of the tactics that went on. Now, cops legally cannot use that, right? That's a pretty big move. That's one that I'm like, okay, now we made some fucking headway that seems like on the right track. But for every one of those accomplishments, the rest of it is just this total bullshit money grab by, like, even in all this where the states are reporting less sales and this and all that, the one person that doesn't do anything but makes like over a third of the money is the state, right? Like they don't do anything really. Like if they did, it would be a much healthier market and it would be good for everyone. But that's not what's happening. You just pay them a third because what? I don't even know why. Or even higher than that. 37%, I guess, is what it is in California. And then when you hear somebody buys like something for $80 in a store and it costs them like 120 something out the door. Yeah, no. I mean, I've done business a long time. If I had to tell people, and then I was in the fruit business, and one thing in the fruit business, if we sold you bouquets of flowers, we'd have to add tax to it. But like fruits and vegetables, there's no tax. So I've always sold things with no tax. Okay. Like if I sold weed, it did like, oh, even if it was like 12%, and I said, oh, it's this much, but 12%, that'd be the weirdest thing ever, let alone 30 some percent or some ridiculous amount where like, how would you ever get used to spending 80 and it being, when you got to the counter, it was 120 something. You'd feel like you're getting fucked.
That's why I'm not gonna eat Thai food here, because I think I'm really getting
one thing
fucked.
about our government and legislation and the politicians, they're not going to stop at 30 some percent. Over the years and decades, they once they get it down to something like that, they'll only up it 0.025 or 0.0075 or these numbers that seem so insignificant. But when they do that this year, next year, this quarter, that quarter, next year, oh, all of a sudden it's another 5% they added over the years. Or they're never going to be able to stop because that's the hand in the cookie jar. That's it. That's how they pay for their stupid idea to put a park in over here or whatever the fuck they're doing, right?
Oh,
So, like,
so
if we think that
California
taxes are high now,
proposed.
oh, there's no way they're ever going down. That's never happening. It's only going to go up. Like that's what's happening.
California's proposing, since they have such a high population of electric cars and are losing money on fueling tax, that they want to start taxing per mile.
Yeah. Well, okay. That seems pretty fair, don't you think? Because when you pay for gas, even if you're in a different state, some portion of that gas money goes into the roads. That's the way they do it, right? So at this point, a bunch of electric cars are basically driving on the roads and not having a way that they're putting in their fair share. So I would say hit them at the pump just like you hit everybody else at the pump, because you pay money. Like when I had the Tesla, it was like, fuck, it was May 18th weekend. They didn't bill me for the energy. Like it finally went through Friday on my bank statement. For like a month. But drive to Vegas and back with all the energy stops. And that was about it. I didn't have to bring it back full. That's the other thing. Where if it was a gas car, it had to have brought it back at the same level, right? It was $122 with the energy. I'm pretty sure my gas would have only been about that much if I was in like a 4-cylinder a car that got decent mileage to do the same drive. I don't think I saved that much money on energy. And I did notice because it says it on the dashboard. Like when I was in bumfuck Victorville, I think that was the cheapest. It was like 40 some cents a kilowatt or low 40. When I was on the strip in Vegas and it was the main hotel place had a Tesla thing inside it, that shit was 53 cents a kilowatt. So like it's not like, oh, it's the same price no matter where you buy energy. Nope, it's just like anything that it has different prices at each place, right?
So Uber in Vegas had a promotion for like that's if you like I Ubered the whole time I was there, and I want to say, fuck, 6 out of every 10 Ubers was a Tesla because they did a deal in Vegas.
Well, if you're doing Uber, it makes sense. It does make sense. Like like
Hell yeah.
you know,
Because all that
Right.
time you're waiting, because sometimes you may not have a fare, you can be like plugged in.
well, there's that. The time, like, oh, I missed part of the first set, mainly because, yeah, it took so much time at the one place, so much time at the other place. That was why I didn't get there in time for the show. If I pulled in and filled up my tank, I would have been there in time for the show.
Got my keep box.
So, yeah, there's pros and cons both ways. But like, isn't there pros and cons in everything? And most of them that that we live with are pretty balanced. Like there are some things that have just way too many cons. Then they don't bring anything good to the table, and we still accept those. So you know, we rarely have anything that is just all good. Like right. And if there was anything like that, it's been pilfered by somebody to try to profit off of it. Human nature,
Cool.
right? Like this shit's been going on for thousands of years at this point. The money and the quest for it.
There's the plugs and connectors for all my lights that run off of the box that I have. That's cool.
Some sometimes I think about like if you think like, oh, what period of time would you want to like go back and live? And
The mid to
I
late
don't know,
90s.
I don't know when that was and when a good period of that was, but there was probably some before money was like instituted. What was it like to live as a human where money wasn't a thing? You just survived and did what you did and your family and your tribe or whatever, right? Yeah, that was probably human life at its highest point. Money is definitely fucked things up. As much as, oh yeah, money's great. You can do all this stuff and have all this stuff. And yeah, the quest for money's like, what do they call it? The root of all evil. It could be. It could be. Like I think IA, if it was posed the right question about like future humanity, it would probably try to like tell you that somehow you got to get away from money being the main priority of life to have happiness and fulfillment and all the things
Exactly.
that like at this point takes everything takes money. Like, everything. Even if you were to go camping or go out in nature, get, have a week. Nope, that costs money. You need a license. You need this. You need that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna go to the national campgrounds. Well, it's $45 a night to camp here. What are you talking about? I'm sleeping in my car. Man, they had to repack like everything in my boxes, and they didn't give a shit about how they packed it.
Well, okay. I mean, it's kind of a known thing. Yeah, there's some different countries that have some fucked up customs, but for the most part, the worst customs, the ones that do the most digging and all this is ours, U.S. customs. Like,
I differ with that. You have not sent things out from other countries. I've shipped things from 5 different European countries and 3 different Asian countries. When you ship from like Cambodia to Thailand, they open your package. Besides having your passport in their hands, they open up the package to see what's in it because they want to make sure that they're getting their full amount. But yeah, shipping stuff out of Thailand, they do the same thing. They open up the boxes and go through it.
the only reason they can do that is because the volume of packages that they have to handle per day is slow enough that they can do that. Here,
No.
they would open up shit if they could, but holy fuck, dude. There's so much volume that the only thing they can do to make it in the time frame is like from the moment you give it to them, it's on a conveyor belt, fucking on the way there, dude.
But
Right?
wait a second. No, you give it to them and they open it up right in front of you.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
what they're looking for and what they're hoping is you're sending something that's either illegal or they can charge a big tariff for, and they can hit you with the import duties and export duties.
yeah, exactly. Like even when my Robbie went to Germany, yeah, it was already a known thing. Don't fly into Germany. If you would have flown in with those uh
Glass pieces that would have been
they
taxed.
they would have looked it up on Google, and like if you said, oh, they're only worth $300, they would have like questioned it. If you bring in t-shirts, you bring in anything, because part of their government and all that is, yeah, they tax and tariff. Even if somebody buys something from Germany, eBay or some different thing, and you
Yeah.
send it to them, oh, they have to pay this value tax on everything, right? That makes it cost more money. So, oh, you don't fly into Germany, fly into Barcelona. That's like proven
Take
to
the
be like
train.
pretty cool. Like they barely even open up anybody's thing. Like they randomly pick a couple people sometimes. And then once you're in the EU, oh, well, it's just like being in the United States. Yeah, you don't go through customs to fly from here to another state, right? The same thing when it comes to like inner Europe travel, right? You don't have to go through all the customs here in the EU, right? So, and you got to be crafty. Like, be willing to fucking pay the price. Like, don't be naive about what you're trying to do, but there's a lot of ways to be crafty and seems to work 100% from my observation. Like, even you have to get raw, you can't get salted or processed. You get a collection of seeds that are edible, right? You can go to certain health food stores or Sprouts, and some of them are tiny, like hemp seed too. right? And so you make like a Ziploc bag of those, and you put X amount of hemp seed or cannabis seed inside there, which is your snack food that you're bringing, right? Oh, you're gonna have to separate it when you get to your destination, but yeah, they don't like. It's not like they look through the bag and go, wait, what kind of seeds are in here? Because oh, you have a variety of seeds, sunflower seeds, this seed, that seed, all kinds of seeds, right? And you sprinkle in a percentage of those in there. Like, yeah, okay, that. Oh, there's a chance. There is always a chance. But yeah, if you get crafty with heat sealing product back up, okay, you get crafty. And oh, some places that shit ain't gonna work. You don't go to those places. Because seems that cannabis moves pretty freely through most of the world at this point. Where even if they uncover it, it's not the end of the world like other substances. It's like they're more tolerant. Not everywhere, most places. And there's a big difference between like a box and much smaller amount, like a pack, few pack. Like I read a thing. You never know what's true. Wait, is it Montana or I think it was in Montana, which is like still like illegal cannabis, Idaho or Montana. They arrested a lady, took her to jail for possession of bong water. Like now, 20 years ago, okay, bong water probably gets you arrested because that we lived in that time all across the fucking country. But there's still a few places that are in like still living in the past, like where you arrest somebody for bong water.
Damn, that would suck. Bong water.
Now, it was like an internet story. There's probably more to the story, okay? Like, the record of the person or the cops uh, 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 dealt with that person or whatever, right? But okay, it made for something that was clickbait on the internet. And at this point, you don't even know if any of that stuff is even true. People will say anything to get clickbait.
Yeah, they will. Man, that joint got me pretty high. I'm thinking about smoking another one.
Well, one thing I think the United States could take claim. We got the best weed in the world. Yeah, we do. I'm not saying there's not some other good weeds around the world, but no, we got the best. The best weed comes from the United States, not just Cal. I used to be able to say, oh, California. California has its role. So does Oregon. At this point, so does Michigan, Colorado, Oklahoma, New York. We have a lot of bullshit out there. It's weird because yeah, that story you opened with, I guess it's in the LA Times, but there was already versions of it in the last few weeks. Like Poetry of Plants had all these memes and posts about, and Skunk Magazine ran this thing about some weird place you can buy every kind of illegal fucking chemical, pesticide and banned everywhere, whatever. And then all of a sudden there's a story that the labs and the weed brands and Skizzy, that's one of the, like, they've sold shit from the beginning. But I meet people and along the way that that somehow they have penetration with their delivery or their branding, because a lot of people like buy their cards, or uh, it's definitely like a notable brand in California. Um, yeah, they had their shit on that. Like, that's got to hurt business when there's a story that, because there's so many brands to choose from that, like, just like I've never eaten at, what's that restaurant out, Chipotle, right? Or what, isn't that the one where it's like self-serve Mexican, or no, you pick it? Because like when they, how many years ago was it that like they had to reformulate the whole thing because they got that they had like bad shit on their food because they weren't keeping it hot enough, and I never like got over that. So like, even though they're around and some people say they're pretty good, I've never gone in because I still remember when they got like dragged through the mud. I think reason I don't like Jack in the Box, years ago, it might have only been a local thing, but there was like rat infestation in Jack in the Box. Like there was like this story that they showed rats like in the storage area, that certain amount of contamination from rats, Jack in the Boxes, and I pretty much avoid those places the rest of my life. Like once a company fucks up, I usually never go back. Not like, oh, they're good now. No, no, not in my mind. That's it.
Man, it sucks I can't take the van and go up to the corner and get something. I'm really dying for chocolate milk.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have too much problem having your choice of good uh chocolate milk now that you're back in the
Mhm.
state.
Uh, well, that's actually kind of a tough thing because, like everything, your smaller companies get bought up by the bigger companies. So I think it's I forget what company it is. They bought the one Cleveland Dairy that put out like a really good full vitamin D chocolate milk, no 1%, 2%, anything like that. They bought them out and they still have the chocolate milk, but it's under the other name still. And they only get limited delivery areas of that. So that's hard to find. And Kroger's actually has a 1% chocolate milk that if you freeze it, it will taste like a fudgesicle. Like the good fudgesicles that you get that are like really, really chocolatey. But I also found out that if you take chocolate milk chocolate milk tastes the best, like right above freezing. For some strange reason, right above freezing is like the ultimate time to drink chocolate milk, or the ultimate temperature. So I got my riding gloves too. So I'm not going to open up the third box because it's got my helmet in it. The old guy that I was supposed to go riding with over here now is having eye problems, and he's not wanting to go out riding. But what he did offer me was to pick out one of the lighter bikes that he has, and he'll sell me the bike. And he's got 18 motorcycles. So I'll probably end up something, small like the one I had. So in case I do put it down on the ground, I can lift it up. The dealership thought I was fucking crazy, and they literally brought over like 100 rags to put on the ground, because in buying a bike, you want to make sure you can pick the bike up off the ground in case you go down. So, I wanted to try it. And about a 650 is about the most I can lift. So I won't be getting no big bike, no 1000cc bike. But I've been told this guy's got a really, really nice 650 Honda from like the early 70s. It was like one of the first really fast bikes and dependable bike. And a lot of those early bike engines, those were made with like sand cast molds. But I do have someone else to go riding with, though. The guy that introduced me to this guy. And it's funny, I'm over this guy's house, and where he lives, my friend, where he lives is like a really bad neighborhood. And he says, well, let's go see this guy. And I know the guy's white. My friend, is colored. And he goes, I go, you gonna drive or me? He goes, no, we don't have to drive. He's only right around the block. I guess this guy's, the family has owned the house ever since it was built. So that was in like 1909.
That's cool.
Yeah. But the whole thing is this guy was really cool. And every weekend, him and my friend would go out and they'd go riding, and, they'd stop for lunch someplace and then ride back. And, I had finally gotten to the point where I had, asked if I could join them, but I can't ride the bikes that they ride. They're too big for me. And then that's when he came out and said, well, I've got some 600s, some 650s and stuff like that. And I was like, cool, I can ride those. And he's like, just, when you get back and you've got your helmet and your gloves and everything, we'll go out riding.
Right on. Bicycle.
But
Bicycle.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't do on a motorbike. A bicycle, yeah, okay, but a motorbike, nope.
Sure.
I mean, driving on a highway with fucking lights is bad enough. It's just one big tracer.
Mm.
I took some peyote tea on Thursday night, and Sunday night I was still having tracers with the lights.
Cool. Puberty.
Day Daytime driving was okay. Nighttime driving was not.
Uh,
And mind you, this is like 4 days later.
mhm.
So I guess having my food delivered isn't going to cost me 50 cents anymore.
Yeah, that stocks back up to normal pricing. An arm and a leg.
Yeah. I wonder what, and now I gotta go look again and find out what, Uber has food, I think.
Yeah.
Uber Eats from
Agree.
what, okay. Is that like the only one or is there, because over in
Oh, this-
Thailand, there's like 4 or 5.
Yeah, there's other ones. There's ones that just do food. Uber
I
Eats is
can't think of it.
separate than Uber. Like those drivers don't do people, they just do food. I
Yeah.
forget the DoorDash. I don't
That's
know. I
it.
don't use and
DoorDash.
I've used
Thank you, bud.
the Chinese delivery was Uber, and then for that particular restaurant there was no delivery fee, and it was like, yeah, the same price it would have been. I added a tip for the guy, but it worked. Like, yeah, you even saw that when the guy picked it up and boom, he brought it right to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing that like that's the level like where things are at. I mean, I've seen it like you go into a lot of places and they have like a part of their whole counters that and there's delivery people grabbing, picking up stuff, and you know, I only recently used it first time, and yeah, it was fine. But like I question people like go to fast food, like, oh yeah, Uber me McDonald's, like,
Why?
but that's probably one of the highest things, you know what I mean? Uber me Jack
I,
in a Box.
I know a guy. I know a guy that there's a McDonald's like 2 minutes away from my house, and I know a guy that actually did that. He ordered Uber McDonald's to to his house. It's like 5 minutes away, or 2 minutes away, whatever.
Yeah, well, I guess people like, yeah, people have gotten to that point. And it sort of makes sense because, like, even if it is 5 minutes away, you start your car, it, yeah, you use X amount of gas and whatever and time.
Exactly.
And it seems
Uh,
like, oh, as far as like where there's jobs and you can be like your own boss, sort of, and stuff. I mean, from what I hear, they don't pay very, like, oh, like the drivers get worked on the whole deal, but oh well, that's it must be all
Someone's got
right.
to get the shaft.
Somebody, there are plenty of Uber drivers and they must make enough money or they wouldn't do it.
In Thailand, that's basically the only jobs that are out there are taxi drivers. And a lot of those guys, because that last hotel I stayed at, I was actually facing the main street. and there's like a gas station. Well, their gas stations are like almost like a mini truck stop. You've got like an outdoor, everybody can use bathroom. You have 5 or 6, 7 different places to eat, anchored by a convenience store and like a Starbucks, or they have Amazon coffee company over there. And they usually have most of the coffee at these little stops. But, you know, in the parking lot overnight, going outside, having a cigarette, you know, smoking joints, you could see the guys sleeping. They're sleeping in their cars and then going into the wash area in the morning with a whole different set of clothes and coming out, you know, all refreshed and ready to go. But they're living out of their cars doing taxi. So it must not pay that well, but it's the only thing that they've got. It's either that or nothing. But try to get a grab food delivery, because it's all done, all the food deliveries are done by a scooter. So if it's rain season, there's a good chance you're not going to get your food. I had my order canceled 7 different times one day.
That's crazy, man.
Yep. If
Yeah,
it stops raining, you got to order.
yeah.
15 minutes later, it's going to be raining again.
Yeah.
When I left, it was at 2 times a day it was raining. It's going to get to the point where when you look at the map, it's going to say rain, and then you look at the hourly forecast, and every other hour has rain. That's because they don't know when it's coming, but it's coming.
Yeah. Flip a coin.
Yeah. That last night there, I actually had to sit down, and I sat down on a closed up food stall. I sat on their ice chest because it was a 25-minute downpour, and that just stopped, like dead stop.
Crazy.
Okay, this is apples and something. I'm sorry, I don't remember the last part of it.
Apples and bananas.
No, it's not that good.
Mhm.
But I did pack this when I thought I was leaving in April.
Mhm.
So it's been sealed in that container until I found out that I had to spend an extra day in Bangkok.
Yeah.
And it was like, I ain't going to no fucking shop. I can just do this and then repackage it.
Right on.
But yeah, made a nice little video on how to travel with, you know, cleaning your stuff when you're traveling.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna, it may be like a Discord type channel you can like go to, but I ain't gonna come out and tell you exactly how I do it.
Right on.
That'd be shooting my own self in the foot.
Yeah, man.
My luck, we'd have a DEA agent or someone like that monitoring this show and me giving it out. You're muted, bud. Okay.
He's gone.
But yeah, that would be like, fuck. I just gave them all the secrets.
Yep. Cat's out of the bag. Uh-huh.
Now, if someone from the government is listening and you'd like to have some consultation on that, you can contact me for consulting. Wow. There was even a paper on my stand that's sitting next to me with this light on it from a year ago.
Crazy.
I
There,
don't
but
have to look for a paper.
no.
Yeah, and I guess my friend, when she came up before she passed away, she left a bag here, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bags that are just jam packed with different bud. But I noticed it was seeded,
Oh shit.
and I was going to ask Bud if these were the packages that possibly he gave me that, I never like got into, but I think we use different types of packaging than this. And it should have apples and bananas on the outside of it, not Skywalker and other shit I didn't understand.
Yeah.
But I think that's what my friend left me. And then whatever she left in this fucking jar, holy shit, does it smell good.
Right on.
Yeah. And it looks like outdoor from Ohio. But she wouldn't have gotten outdoor from Ohio at that time, because she passed away on the 15th of September, and it wouldn't have been ready for another 2 to 3 weeks. Now I've got to deal with that. I hope my shit isn't all broke up, and I hope my shit's still there and it hasn't been sold off or given off or burned or broken.
Yeah.
Because when I do this, I've got to do it quick, and I got to do it with a lawyer, because the lawyer's got to file like 4 different types of paper. Because basically what's going to happen is we're going to have a hearing. They're going to make a decision. And then I'm going to have like 8 or 12 hours to get all the stuff I have listed out of the house.
True.
And that means I have to pay I have to pay 2 of them, sheriff's departments. I have to pay the sheriff's department for 2 people, one to watch me and one to watch him, because I've already fired a 9mm at me.
Amazing.
Yeah, well,
Hmm.
crazy is what you want to see inside my mind, because I got an easier way of doing this.
Yeah.
But hey, we're doing everything the correct way. We don't want to end up where we were, because that place really sucks. I like being able to walk in the grass and feel the rain on my face and shit like that. So, an expensive lawyer.
Yeah.
And then you get people like my mother saying, well, is it worth really getting a lawyer for all of this? And it's like, you do realize that that's a complete house, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do want it. I live in your fucking apartment with your furniture. I sure to hell love to have my couch up here. It's a 4-piece sectional, so it can come up the steps. But I did talk to my mom, because the way this is set up here,
Uh-huh.
there's literally 6 doors. 2 of them lead to what you could call small bedrooms, and one is like a utility room. And then 2 of them would be like closets. So I talked to my mom and I said, you know, those steps are going to kill me. What if I put a man lift in here? And she said, well, what would you have to do? And I say, well, I'd have to knock out one of the walls right here that lead into the closets and then do it that way. And she goes, well, the slant isn't on one, but the inner one, you can do that. So I think she's going to let me put in a man lift to get up here.
Right on.
I mean, I literally live like 30 feet. So I'm like 3 stories up. Because I also seen my dad's area when he was able to move around. That was kind of clean. Now that he's non-mobile, that place is not clean and he doesn't go up there. And I'd really like to take that over because there is a bedroom down on that floor too. It's a big one. But it's like a loft. So it would be a perfect area for me to live, like a living room.
Yeah.
The
Right
only
on.
thing I don't have right there is a double oven, a stove, and a washing machine. But I think I could walk the fucking 8 feet down steps to get to the kitchen.
Yeah.
I think my mom's idea is to change the locks on that door going into the house, or just say, no, you live out there. And you got to come to the front door if you want to come in. But holy shit, man. I thought my parents were getting res stuff. I walked into that garage and it's like, holy shit, you added a whole nother layer of the shit that was there. It was already 3.5 feet high. Now it's like 7 feet high.
Shit. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to open up a YouTube channel. It's going to be Rob's Collectibles or some shit like that. And I'm just going to, you know, hey, DM me if you see anything you like. And we'll go through a box and we'll do that box as a whole video. And then we'll just move to the next box. Shit, I've got enough to do 3 or 4 boxes for the next year out there.
Yeah. True. Ricky's used shit.
Yeah. Auntie's attic. There we go. Well, most of the shit's older than I am.
Wow. Yes, Mr. D. Oh, all right.
So I had no problems again traveling with large amounts of seeds.
Yeah. Fucking.
And we're probably talking close to 25,000 seeds, and not all of them in one bag either.
Yeah.
reason I was cutting up those boxes and not gonna cut up the last one is I found all the control cables for my lights. And I've got my box, so the 4x8 tent should be here tomorrow.
Sweet.
Yep. I think the 4x8 tent's coming with clones too.
Oh shit. You're not wasting any time, are you?
Fuck no. That's why I'm gonna be coming out and seeing Bud within 3 to 4 weeks. I figured since he just harvested, he could put some of that aside and I could come in, slide in at like the 3-week period after cutting. So I've got a week of drying and 2 weeks of cure. That'd be perfect.
Apparently, a little birdie was saying that he's got some fire cheetah piss.
Yeah. I have yet to smoke any cheetah piss.
I was saying earlier in the chat, someone needs to cross cheetah piss with a strain called flapjacks, and then you can call it piss flaps. I'm rolling up. So we have lots of this talk. That cap.
Well, my joint's pretty fucking good.
Nice.
I say that weed is as good as the day I put it in that jar.
Sweet, man. I'm gonna roll
Yeah,
up some Coke OG.
It would have sucked to have gotten here and had no fucking weed. And then
Yeah.
be told, oh yeah, by the way, you can't drive the vehicles like last time because they changed the insurance policies. Fuck.
Yeah.
So the last time I was here, they said, is he going to like be driving you guys around? And my mom said, yeah. And they said, okay, well, we can add him to the policy and it's only $30 for the year. Now they've taken that out and there's none of that option.
Oh shit.
So I have to go up. I have to go and get insurance on something that I don't have in my name yet.
Yeah. Where am I at?
Actually, I can do it to my truck, but then it's Michigan. And Michigan insurance is a lot more because I got to go through Progressive. Michigan, if you don't have insurance going already, or it's lapsed over like 60 days, you have to go through and only through Progressive auto insurance.
Crazy.
And then once you have Progressive for like 6 months or a year, then you can change to a different company.
That's crazy. How the
It's
hell
a deal. That's a deal they got.
they really cornered the market on that in Michigan.
Yeah.
Fuck. You're stuck with us for at least a year.
Well, you know, fire trucks have to be insured. Police cars have to be insured. So why don't you do this for us and we'll cut you a break and insure your city and state vehicles.
I saw an old TTC bus on Marketplace today for $3,000. TTC is, for those who don't know, that's like our local transportation, like subway, buses, RTs.
I've I've got some pictures. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I posted them, but I literally took a picture of a regular Thai bus. This is literally like 5 to 8 baht, and it'd take you clear across the city.
Yeah,
But they
yeah.
literally have wooden floors in them.
I think you posted that, Captain. I remember seeing
Okay.
pictures, and then you posted. Oh no, you know what? Sorry, you're right. I don't know, but it was a cement truck that you posted. That's what it was.
Okay. But they're buses that they're still running. And I looked in a couple of other ones and I couldn't take a picture fast enough. But there were
Mhm.
literally holes in the floors of some of these buses.
Yeah, but
And
that's too.
there's no air conditioning, so the windows are down. But I did see the next step of them. But I
Mhm.
asked some people and they said, no, the air conditioners don't work in them. But the units are still in them because they don't want to take them out and have to repair the hole.
Mhm. Jeez,
Yeah. So
that's
they've left them in, but they don't work. But can you imagine 2024 being in a city of 23 million people that your basic public transportation has a wooden floor and not a metal floor to stand on?
I believe it. One of the buses that went past one of the cannabis head shops that I used to go to a lot. It was a bus from the 80s, or the 70s or the 80s. You could tell it was from the way the material was on the bus. And everything. It's so crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if those floors wouldn't. But
Those all be upgrade from Thailand.
yeah.
I'm sure those buses were brand new in the 60s.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, all you 32 people watching. Hope everyone's having a great night.
Yeah.
Cheers to all the lurkers in the background. Smoking a joint, hitting the bong, maybe doing a dab or gardening. That's what she said. J5. Oh, 25. J5 is still alive. Here you go, Mrs. D. Fire this bad boy up. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey, bud, you gonna be available Wednesday, say around 2, 3 o'clock your time?
Tomorrow?
No, Wednesday.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck. What am I
That's
talking
tomorrow.
about? I'm sorry. Uh, like Friday.
Yeah, afternoon. I'm usually half burnout, but I'm usually, yeah, just going through the day.
Okay. I didn't know if you had anything that you had to do. That's why I'm calling early because I want to give you a phone call.
Yeah.
I should know a lot more when I get like insurance and shit like that, and I can actually drive.
You can drive to the store to get.
Well,
No, what it'd do is once I'm able to drive, then I can figure out everything I have to do here, and then I can give Bud a time that I'll be out. And then we can discuss what I'd like to happen once I'm out there. If Bud can help me out and a few other people.
Yeah.
Because I would like to see these big clone facilities. I would like to see how they do it. You know, I don't need someone to give me a 30-minute talk. Just walk me through them. That's all I need. And I'll ask one or two questions and that's it. I just want to see how the big boys do it, even though I'm going to do it on a small scale, but big enough for Ohio.
Nephew's partners, and I went out to it. It's in that, whatever, this cannabis community out in the desert, but it's relatively a small commercial space, more like a office suite, right? And yeah, they had like this one section where they might have had like less than 15 mom plants, but they were like bigger pots, right conditions, and big. Then they had shelves. I mean, these rolling racks with LEDs where they could put clone domes in the trays, and
Were
they
there
pump out
lights on? Were there
huge
lights
orders,
on?
huge orders. They keep a
Were there
tight IPM on their mother plants and keep them healthy. You know, they always are like trimming them back and starting the next round of new mothers, right? But the whole method is to just take as many fucking clones off of whatever strains they have on their menu. And most of their business is from commercial places that make orders. And the crucial part of the business, even where they picked up business from bigger people or people that had relationships with other providers, is timing, right? When a commercial place calls you and says, yeah, on June 25th, we need 1,500 of them. You got the way to be successful is have 1,500 of them, healthy, ready, uniform, not some this, that, all ready to just go to the next stage and be, ready to go. No bugs, no this, no that. Good roots, right at the right time. And some of that is getting it dialed in to know when to take clones and have them like, and a lot of these like aren't just like a quick rooted clone. Like by the time you get these commercial plays, they want them like bursting. Like in my mind, I would have already moved it on into a bigger, I use Rockwell to, I wouldn't have let them grow that big inside just the trays, but that's how they want them. Like they're bursting, they're ready to go because yeah, a lot of these facilities, some of them used to have their own mothers and uh, clones and did that all in house. But ultimately, when they do the numbers and the math, space is space, and this and that, and blah blah blah, and ultimately, if you're producing, you're just gonna, yeah, they just want to produce. So and a lot of it is you get a good client that does pretty good numbers, and you're able to fulfill that with precision, because a lot of the, yeah, that's easier said than done. We'll just say that you got to be organized and stay on it. And yeah, if you're off by a few days or they're not healthy, or you're going to lose a client, because there's that kind of business model, and license to have that is pretty doable. And if you work it right, can be pretty successful. Like there's a need for that, where yeah, some of the other ends of the game are oversaturated, and profits aren't there, and all the factors. Like actually, growers, yeah, that's even my nephew with that. They that's the business they chose to be in. His partner is like I don't know. I'd say whatever. He's Middle Eastern descent, like, but he has like a degree in business and super organized, and he handles all that shit, right? And yeah, it's not like even when I met him, like he doesn't know shit about growing or anything. He learned how to do this, figured this out. It's not that hard. It's fucking pretty simple thing. Taking clones in Rockwell cubes and yeah, the success of their thing is really that they've got they built a reputation, and most of it isn't like you cold call or advertise. So when they first started, they did some of that, but that never led to jobs. It's the word of mouth, one facility or somebody. So I don't know how, but if you provide a good service at the right price, yeah, there's always good business to be had.
I went into a business meeting and they asked me for a business plan on the whole thing. And it was basically 3 sentences. And most of it was math. And they looked at it and they said, okay, because there was an upfront number to get everything, and then there was projected sales for 9 months. And the math worked perfectly for them.
And then over there's certain varieties that, I mean, I guess I could talk to my nephew and be like, yeah, dude, I'm not going to give it to anybody, or I'm just running for myself. But they have deals with certain vendors that vendor supplied them with the genetics, and then the understanding in the deal, probably in a contract or something. Yeah, they're not allowed to like sell those. They like that. Those are only for them, right? And
well,
I've got that's a fair way of doing things. That's trying to have some edge in your menu or whatever. And then the other ones, yeah, it's like it's not like you have a dozen or more, all these different ones, the latest, greatest ones, because in the commercial market, there's like a certain number of strains that are like, well, I guess that what I'd say are proven, meaning, it's repeatable, they're stable, they're sellable, you know what I mean? And some of that's a lot different than like what you might want for your own personal or a smaller.
Oh, it's completely different.
Because yeah, in the commercial market, yeah, they're ruled by certain parameters, and they kind of got that. Like some of the strains that we're running that came out of that, and I see the reason why those genetics are like run at scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're like proven.
Why do you think we kept the Ohio Lemon G around for all this time? Because you put that fucker in a nice sized pot, and when she's done, she's giving you weight. And she's giving you weight of a product that people are waiting for.
It's a lemon strain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like even if somebody said, yeah, this strain and it yields this much, I wouldn't be interested, like, because like even not only me personally, but like even my customer base, oh no,
I'm getting paid.
Like,
I'm getting paid
I guess
because
like
it's
I'm in the
Ohio.
California market where, yeah, they're kind of picky a little bit, but like they don't like train wrecky shit. They don't like fucking lemon, lime. Nah. No,
Okay,
there's a
wait
few
a second,
exquisite
bud. Wait,
examples of
wait.
those.
Let's stop. Let's stop, bud. You live in California. You guys went recreational a while ago and everything like that. Okay, this is pretty much, the beginning for Ohio. And when you're coming out with like the Ohio Lemon G, that shit sells.
Well, hey, I know a
Period.
lot of people love lemon, lime, citrus. That's one of the favorite things.
His customer base.
I don't know.
It's a
I
I get
used to not have a trip against it, but then in the last few years, maybe like 4 years now, I personally realized that, yeah, I don't like that stuff. I don't like the
I
effect that it gives. Now, there might be an exception in all those strains because, there's been a lot of crosses that that could could break the mold, right? But the majority of it has like this certain, like I think it's lemony. Yeah, I don't need to consume that. Yeah.
well, I grow it because you know why? I still like getting paid.
Well, I
I
get that.
still like getting paid. It puts on weight, bud. It puts on old
I get all
school
that.
weight.
I know the whole. Like I've been growing long enough to know there's the pros and cons of all that, right? And a lot of the things that were the dankiest shit I ever grew were always low yield. It seems that that's like part of nature. And a lot of breeding, especially back when, was to take some of that and cross it to something that had a little more bulk, better structure, more
Yeah,
yield, which
exactly.
some of those came out all right, but ultimately the original dankety dank that only grew these little ass fucking buds and was super finicky, yeah, nothing was better than that, just like that. And the problem with today, the future or the where we've gone in cannabis, a lot of those strains have been left off to the side, mainly because the commercial market or even the numbers that people expect and whatever. Only like true home growers that really aren't driven by any of those factors are the hope to hold on to some of those because like on any kind of make money part of the deal, yeah, you have to like go after these other parameters, which there's a lot of good things in those parameters, but over the years, like all the things that were like so crazy good, a lot of them were just not good yields. Even a lot of the seed things I went through over the years and even the last few years. Oh yeah, but none of them I didn't find any that I could see like, oh, that's gonna bring 2.5, 3 per light without like extended veg and extra labor and whatever scale you're at. Oh, all that equates to more work, more things you have to keep on top of. Yeah, a lot of these proven ones are like, they're like, yeah, meant for production. We'll just say that, and are good. Like they are good. Like apples, bananas is a fucking killer strain.
Yeah, I want to grab a couple of those.
Yeah,
I
and
want to pick up. I want to pick up
all of them.
two of each.
Like at this point, other than all those legacy ones that I hanging on to a few, the things we run are the now 5: grape gas, apple banana, cheetah piss, and slab,
That's
and
fine.
now Sherb Crasher. That Sherb Crashers like finally has like full trays and uh yeah, I guess we're going forward with it. Even though so far I smoked a joint of it that was a little fresh. And even I said this to my partner, I guess today, ultimately, doesn't matter what we think. until we have it in bags and then put it out to people, then who knows? They might like it, they might not. Who knows? I've come to realize just because I think it's good doesn't mean the majority of the people that purchase shit think it's good. They come up with their own thing. I've learned even over the years not to influence that because a bunch of people, if I say certain little things, then that influences them. And if I don't say anything of what I think of it personally, yeah, like when had that, what's that I had Banana Daddy and White Wedding. Dude, those were good. They were okay. They yielded a lot. They had bag appeal. They smelt up the whole fucking room. When you smoked it, it was like, it was all right, right? It wasn't like.
But
super
people are
dangerous.
okay with that. People are okay with that
Now,
today.
if I would have like interjected that to my little crew, what I thought, oh, there's still people. Well, we stopped growing them because ultimately, at my thing, I can still grow. Like if I don't like it and I don't think it's good, then I'm not growing. Okay. And sometimes you're like, yeah, oh man, we could yield a lot more. And yeah, I never had that. Only in the last so many years have those restrictions and confinements been part of growing. For like 25 years of doing this, no, the numbers and the thing was so different that as a grower you didn't have to be confined by all these parameters and boxes to check. And I tried to avoid that reality for a long time. Even like I only really got, even though my partners here were when we'd have dinner and we'd hang out, they would always be telling me, and I was like in my own bubble of like, oh no, like because I had my little niche, right, for a long time. I held on to it for as long as I could, but oh, that all kind of like really changed. Like there were certain parameters that I had, like I didn't have a power bill, whatever. I had like certain things that enabled me to operate outside the real parameters.
Norm.
And I ran with that for a long time, but that ended going on, well, at least a year now. Like, yeah, which is good. I'm glad it did. Like sometimes you hang on to things because that's just human, but then you realize how like certain things, like yeah, I hated the fucking landlord in the situation, and I was like bent over the barrel in this certain way. One, like I remember because the first time I had a landlord that just knew what I did and everything was cool was the property before that, 17 years. Okay. So this one, we were straight right from the gate, which, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't do that again because, like, oh, there were pros and cons. Like, I guess that's the theme in my head tonight. Because there were times it was a relief, didn't have to play the bullshit, didn't have to act as if it was what it was, right? Here's your fucking money, shut the fuck up. But now over the years, oh no, it became a thing. Like, oh, it was a leverage that I wish I hadn't given up. You know what I mean? Like even though it wasn't like a threat or it wasn't like that, it was just this weird leverage that, yeah, I hated that. But hey, you're like stuck dealing with it. You know what I mean?
I remember what this is.
This sometimes in life you learn lessons. Some of the lessons I've learned with properties and stuff were 10-year lessons, 17-year lessons. So even what I learned, it took so long that now that I'm 61, I don't know if I'll ever like utilize those lessons because I'm past that point in life. Like like to have to even deal with all that shit. Like no, I'm over that.
So that little jar that I showed earlier, I cracked that again and I started pulling the buds out. Those were like really choice pieces out of the bud I had before I went back to Thailand last time. So these are like 15 months old in this jar, and they smell like the day I put them in there. So you don't open up a jar.
I don't
Yeah,
think
and
you say over a year and it's just as good as it was the day you put it in there.
yeah,
And it's the same color and there's no oxidation, nothing.
no,
Well,
it
that's
it,
kind of
it
rough.
was it was it was kept in the bottom drawer of a dresser that's up in this attic, and it don't get that hot in that area really because it's like in the center of how this upstairs was built. But it gets really cold during the winter. About 60 degrees actually. And then you go down from there. So it's probably about in the 40s up here most time. But yeah, that's why I'm saying I thought my friend had left something the last time she was up, which was right before she passed away. And I thought she had put it there. And no, that one I pulled out, that was the Larry OG I had.
So you figured it
That's
was the buds then.
I think it's because they were quality buds and they said, we're going to stick. We're not going to deteriorate.
True.
But the jar hadn't been opened either. So it was completely sealed ever since I put it in there.
Right on.
Maybe it off gassed enough because some of it was kind of, spongy. None of it was really dry. Maybe that helped out. We'll give a smoke report next time.
Right on. Um, J5
'Cause I
is
can't.
fast asking bud if you went to the mail post office yet.
No, I'm going there in the next couple days, so
Cool.
I just haven't been. I've been in from different area of town than that area of town for the last couple months. But I'm going out there this Thursday, I think.
Right
I
on.
will be out in Grand Rapids and the Flint area coming up very, very soon because I got to get plates from my car or from my van now.
True, Captain.
I found out that registering a van compared to the Eddie Bauer big fucker that I have, there's $100 and some registration and for your tags difference in the price. So it's like cool. So I'm literally going to take the van up to Michigan with my old Michigan plates on it and get it registered in Michigan, plated in Michigan, and at the same time I'm doing that, I'll go up to Flint. I'll get my medical papers again because they're due in June. So I'll get those taken care of and apply for the Michigan medical card again. I still can't apply as a caregiver because I still have a cannabis felony, even though it was expunged,
That's
or I'd have a caregiver's license.
true. I was a caregiver for Mrs. D.
What made you give it up?
Oh, I haven't. She just has to get her
Okay.
license renewed.
Oh, wait. Somehow I clicked on that story about Michigan surpassing California. There's a big caveat.
Ohio.
It's the amount of volume of sale reported sold, which is a unit, and that can mean several things. But the key part of the story is, but this is in terms of units. In California is still a larger cannabis market than Michigan in terms of dollars sold by billions of dollars. California sold 5.1 billion in adult use cannabis, and Michigan only sold about 3 billion. So almost, whatever. And,
It's
and
because you can go,
prices out here are higher
yeah.
overall because, well, everything's higher out here. So why wouldn't cannabis be higher?
Well, in Michigan, you can go to a cannabis event and everybody has weed for sale, and someone's on a loudspeaker and they're starting at $1,000 a pound, and 4 hours later they're down to 500 a pound. It's crazy.
Well, and this is
The
like
amount of people
reported in the
that
legal
go,
market or in the legal units sold, and because of California's system and how fucked up it is, and like I think in the last couple years, it's not really reported, but being a part of what's considered the legacy market, black market, oh, we're kicking ass on the legal market. They they we're their biggest fucking foe. Like they're
and that's
never
why
gonna
you're going to
make
get rid
some
of
profits
this.
as long as we're cranking like we're cranking. And like I'm just a teeny, tiny part of that. But on the scale of the whole state and the volume, yeah, it 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 was what was built over decades. Like probably started really maybe in the 60s, 70s, 80s. California's cannabis market, as much as it's been decimated and seen better days, all that, it's still this massive thing. Massive. Like you can't quantify it. Oh, I've read stories that sort of quantify it with estimates. No, you can't quantify it. It's big. And it's deep, right? No matter what's happening, like I have probably 10 other little grow buddies at different scales, make their living off of growing. Not one of them pay attention to any content, anything. They just do their thing and have their little niche and have been doing it for decades or longer, right? And have weathered the ups and downs. Some of those people, some of the ones that had their shit most together, had the most invested at the biggest scale. Oh, they threw in the towel, right? Okay, there has been some effect by all this. It has. It decimated uh, uh, parts of the thing, right? I mean, you can see it mainly in like Northern California and what you consider all the ancillary businesses. It made all these little cool towns what they were was the pizza joint and the this store and the that store and all that. And all that business and all that was fueled by cannabis, the good parts of the cannabis business. As soon as you like replace that with basically Uncle Sam or whatever, the state tax, same thing. Yeah, now all that's decimated, and and those same places that were so vibrant, and oh, the schools had donations and things, and there was community, and there was all, oh, it's all like real quickly just went away, and it's sort of sad. Some places hang on better than others, but yeah, go above Mendo and up. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. And like, oh, none of that's coming back. Like all those Euro trimmers, they're not coming back, right? Uh, they've been replaced. Like COVID derailed them, and basically Latinos or domestic workforces took all that work, which is like the market can barely supply it. That's why so much shit is just made straight into distillate, concentrates, and any other thing that, God forbid, you had to have 1,000 pounds trimmed. Who's paying them people?
Jason on.
Which ultimately, yeah, that was all part of like, I knew people that supported themselves off of weed that didn't grow weed at all. There was like middlemen. There was all these trimmers and workers, like just, I guess, under the table or like whatever work. All that got wiped out. Even why I'm doing, I fuck Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I basically scrubbed 8 trays. Had to do the thorough cleaning of the whole room. For the years, I used to come over and help when both partners and me. Then I would just, I'm the old guy, so like they would be doing most work. I would just help. Now the tables have turned where it's like, oh no, one birthday, one was just not, no, not into it. I did it all myself for so many years. Oh, I had Rick, I had this, I'd pay to have that done. Right? Those people would love to get paid to do that same stuff, scrub trays and reset a room.
Hell
That's
yeah.
money. If I pay out that money, that's money that oh, no wonder there's no money. We're only even or whatever. Because yeah, oh, and you want money? Well, there it is. You might as well do the work yourself and keep that money, right? Yeah. Where I'm like, holy shit, it's been a long time since I by myself. Oh, I'd always have a helper or whatever. Oh no, like that's just money you have to put out. Where, oh, at these numbers, at this thing, oh, you had to eliminate all that shit. I would never have thought that would happen so many years ago. I wouldn't think that something would take it, that this whole infrastructure that, like, oh, I had my little crew, but everybody else I knew had their little crew. And there was wasn't just a grower like that. It was like a whole little chain of people that all, like, some of them had other jobs that they couldn't, there wasn't enough work, but it supplemented, it gave them weed, it did whatever, right? Most of those people would work for weed where they'd get it at a lower certain price right off the top. And then, so I was only paying them this, but oh, they had a market that they sold it for this, so they would make it even a little more money and like all that, right? Yeah, all that went away. I remember a few years ago where my main worker was like, yeah, I don't want to work for weed anymore. I just need money. And then that changed it all because it's easy to pay a worker with weed. Like, oh, you properly pay him, but it's like a barter currency where,
Yeah,
oh, you have to peel cash off. That changes the whole dynamic of the relationship.
sure
Even though it's
does.
the same value, it was the same value, right? Right? It felt way differently. It was different. And like whatever the legal market is or whatever the future is, it doesn't include any of that. It doesn't include your little like crew, right? Like from all the years I was having my most success, I'd have to say that I led the thing, but it was really the success of Zooey, Toshi, Rick, the people that worked for me, right? Like I couldn't have had a tenth of what I had without that. And then over the change, oh, that's not a sustainable model anymore. That's what's fucked up. But somehow we have 30-some% to give to the state. Yeah, that's fucked up. Because basically we replaced the model in my mind was, oh, we replaced the people with Uncle Sam. That's what we did. Right. And now you just have to fend for it with that. Or be a big size grower and sell your product retail, which I come from a school for all these decades where the grower, I didn't sell eighths. Like I was, you're the grower. You had like, there was like an infrastructure underneath you, and that was like an important thing. So you didn't like undercut that. You were like in, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Some of it was like the thing was different, so you were protected. You didn't want people to know that you were the grower, right? So, or I don't know, the times were different. But now, oh no, the only people I see that are pretty much doing well, and that's why hash makers are a big thing, because they can grow like a relatively small batch, and then get retail for their product, right? In the legacy market, because like even though hash brands make it seem, or you see the labeling and you think, oh well, this guy's 90% of them are just friend to friend type thing. They're not in the metric. Like they're not paying that tax because you can't, like, it's not sustainable. That's what you're seeing. It's not sustainable. That like it's a broken system, and state after state showing that, oh, it's a broken system. Even though they like to announce, oh, 20 billion in taxes and all this. No, it's not sustainable. It's broken.
I'm gonna jump off now, guys. Everybody have a great night. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for us people that live in the eastern part of the world. Later, everybody.
Yeah. Holy shit, I gotta remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know, I may be doing things.
Shit, I just said none of that matters. It especially doesn't matter to me in my life. I don't even know why I waste any of my brain to even think about it or care about it or any of that, because it's really irrelevant. Just stick to the like good people, good energy, follow certain framework of rules and
That's
respect.
it.
Just the basic shit. All right. And then whatever all that other bullshit. Yeah, that's all it is. Noise.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I've got a friend and he's been getting some shit for a while now. And he's done nothing but, be upfront with everybody. And he's gotten screwed over by a bunch of people. But a whole bunch of people talk shit about him. And I'm like, hey, listen, remove that. Don't worry about what people are saying or whatever, or this person's doing this because you said this or whatever. I said, leave that all behind and move on and do better and prove all those people wrong.
And anytime it's those people and all those people, yeah, like statistically, yeah, okay. Like, even though sometimes I wonder, yeah, I only have like this little circle of people, except that I realized over the years, I have like a gnarly, like, yeah, I don't just fuck with anybody, period. Like, oh no, I have to like vibe or forget it. And yeah, like, uh, and statistically, oh, then you're only, yeah, once you try to open yourself to the public, oh, well, fuck, now you got every fucking crazy, fucking neurotic, insane, fuck, you got to deal with all the drama, all the bullshit. Oh, no. Like, I did all that for years. A lot of these things weren't things I woke up and realized. Sabrina, my wife, she was pretty much like super like high energy spirit. I don't even know how to explain it. And a lot of these things, I was like a hardhead. She would say, repeat the same kind of concepts and shit for a long time before I go, oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. 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 That was our relationship. But most of the time, oh, I realized, and that was one of them. One day to the next, after investing, had this, had this whole brand, like all these events, ads in this, all this fulfillment, this, uh, all this crazy shit, and all this, and this place, and that place. And oh man, the stacks were big. But I remember there was a couple things like early on. I realized, oh, not much has changed in my real day to day. Other than holy shit, there's always some drama with somebody. The
Mhm.
stacks have gotten bigger, but all you really do is go move one stack to the here, right? And okay, yeah, you're making more, definitely more, except that you're given like so much more of your like existence, right? Like even when we would go like to St. John or Hawaii or go on runs of shows, that was like double stress. And I would be having to manage all this shit wherever I was, right? And then one day to the next, like I think it was like in early 2015, right? I just woke up and decided, nope, I'm done. I'm over it all. Some of my people inside, they had a real, they like did sort of an intervention. Dewey, even my partner now, Gary was part of that. Couple people where they were like, dude, like what's wrong? Like is something like what happened? Like because I went from being this total like get bigger, do more, have more, all this stuff, right? To like, no, I don't want it. I'm over it. I'm done. I just want to go back to like simple time, just enough to get by. I don't need all that shit. I don't need these people. I don't need all, no. And they thought I'd like lost my marble because most people, you know, once they get on that train, yeah, they stay on it. That's part of it. Yeah, somehow, mainly because of Sabrina, like just like I should like be able to remember more of the little things she would lay out. She was trippy in the way she in our relationship. But yeah, we didn't want all that shit. And even today, I'm around a lot of people that are, yeah, I get it. I get the dream. I get, I get it. Yeah, nah, that's not, to me,
Believe
that's
me,
not where it's at. That's not where it's at. No.
Believe me, if I build something and I'm a pretty big in because I'm doing all this work, I'm a pretty big stockholder. You know, if it comes 4 years down the road and someone comes in and offers big money, that company is going to be sold.
I sold mine. I could have gotten a lot more for it, but I remember at the time being, like, it was something that I built. I only built it for like 4 or 5 years.
Yep,
Like just the
exactly.
idea. I remember reading the contract of like, yeah, it was really obvious that like, oh, now it's ours. Even though we're going to pay you this like fake salary for so much time, that's really part of how we're paying you for it. Um, and sure enough, right when that happened, it was just one of the things. They even how I got bought by them is my other friend that he's well, he's my one of my best friends, older brother, but they're from Jersey. He had so much experience dealing with China in Shenzhen City in like 2010, 11, when I first started getting into the vape pen thing. I turned to him and was like, yeah, this is how I found this companies and this and that on Alibaba. I'm doing, I called him for advice. He's like, son, what are you up to? Because where he had all this experience and is basically retired for life, remember the days when there'd be these white vans and then honk at you at a light and be like, hey, we got like an extra 3D fucking entertainment
Speaker.
center, right? Blah, 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 and they would sell it to you for whatever, right? In the next parking lot. He had, they were based at the end in Denver, main offices, but they had offices in like every city. They would hire, they had this whole motivational thing, and oh, everybody can make money. Everyone made money, a lot of it. And it wasn't really a hustle because some of those systems were really pretty good, right? How he had the experience in China way back, like in the early 90s. Yeah, at first he was selling some other fucking guy in Jersey stuff that had some warehouse. He bought the stuff there and then would go out in the vans, right? After years of doing it and making millions of dollars, oh no, he had like literally learned enough and knew what components to buy and what factories to get and would just contract to have the stuff made. A lot of it was the same Technics fucking factory. It just didn't say Technics on it or whatever. That amp, right? Knockoff, basically. And the speakers and all this stuff. So he had a lot of experience. And yeah, it wasn't like I was like, sure, it wasn't even a thing like that because he had money to invest in stuff. He set up, and he was up in LA, a warehouse where he started importing quantity, full warehouse of all these batteries, all this brand, all this stuff. So he had, trust me, he knew how to fucking deal with the Chinese and get prices and get fucking credit and all this crazy shit, right? And then he would distribute those to other places because most places, yeah, they wanted to buy X amount of thousands, but they didn't want to deal with China. They didn't want to deal with all that, right? Especially at that time, that they want to pay cash. They didn't want to have to deal with import and all the shit that goes into it. So they were willing to pay. They knew they could buy them in China for a lot less, but they were willing to pay whatever, decent profit on it to avoid the system, basically. And then, yeah, he sold his to them. And then Harvard was, yeah, I kind of had books, but like to really prepare this deal to get by, I had to have like a year's worth of fucking. We didn't make it as we went along, so we had to go back and like create it because that's what they're like. You had to show growth and this and all these things, right? Which ultimately a lot of it was that was one part of like 3 grow operations, and the money was like that. And then when you get into that, it gets into like the book, right? But I had an accountant. I probably could have got more for it, but whatever. I was over it. I didn't care. I remember even with that, I didn't even. I was just over it. Like me and my wife, like, see, that was in 2000. But we've been together like 16, 17 years. And like we were like all that made us like be further apart. And so part of the whole thing was, well, what things are so much better back when it was just you and me and simple, and we had enough money to pay for whatever, and we don't need all this. That was like the gist of it. Right.
Mhm.
But the truth was, even when we got rid of all that shit, that's where I know for a fact you can't go back. You can't go back no matter what you think you can. No, don't work like that. Don't work like that. And ultimately, yeah, chasing all that, whatever, bling and fucking everything, whatever it was, um, it was a lesson, all right. I'm glad I did it. I don't have regrets, but yeah, that like, yeah, like, like as far as my relationship with my wife, which was the most important thing in my life at the time, and it is, yeah, that like I looked at the whole thing and realized, oh yeah, that was when things went like a little distant, or like, yeah, the past started going apart. Yeah. And even though I did all these things to bring it back in line, it didn't work like that. Destiny and life, oh, you can't control it. I'll tell you that, even if you think you can.
Nope. Go do and see what you can while you can.
Yeah, I've learned that even in the ups and downs, if you just feel like, oh, I'm in my destiny, because it's real easy to get outside your destiny and get used to it. Where like, yeah, no, like you're trying to do something that isn't your destiny. Like that's what like the chase of money was, right? And even then, I had so much money, I funded my own whole go-kart team and won all these like ultimately in racing, who spends the most usually wins most. I definitely wasn't the most talented. I was stoned and wouldn't even. I drink coffee in shape, but I had a team. I coach. I had this. I paid for all that shit. But things were like, yeah, like I say, bigger stacks of money, which enabled you to like be frivolous in your heart's desire. But yeah, nah, nah. I don't know. I know most people tried for all that. I did for the longest time, but then I got it, and then I was like, nah. And I'm glad. Like I think it's better for my life, my mental health, even though things are rough and yeah, whatever. Life will throw you through the fucking ringer. Um, no, I know. Like, yeah. One, I know that I say this on here sometimes. Yeah, stress is the ultimate killer. That's the disease. And yeah, those years was stress, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, you got paid for it, but and I guess you can learn to live at that and just do it every day of your life and chase that dream. Yeah, that's like, oh wait, Scott, he had a heart attack. He was a few years younger than me. Sleeping at night. Oh, died. Oh yeah, he was a stressor like a motherfucker. Right. I
Yeah.
realized, yeah, I look around and like who's old and still cranking at 70, 80, 90. Yeah, people that eliminated stress. That's what I noticed.
even when I'm flying in, what I did is I went out of my way, even if it cost me a couple extra hours at an airport or two, or both. But finding a flight that came in at like 2:30 p.m. or finding one that comes in at like 8 p.m., those are like the perfect time for my mom to come to the airport and pick me up. Anytime outside of that, then that seems to get uncomfortable. So I tried to keep the times in
Oh.
between that because she doesn't want me to pay for an Uber, and then she gives me the whole spiel about that. So it's just easier to eat the extra 2 to 4 hours and make her happy. But I do want to come out to see you probably in about 3 or 4 weeks. I think we lost Bud. Oh, well. Well, guys, I want to come out to see Bud in San Diego. Oh, Bud is gone. So, there we go. We'll let him back in. So, come on.
Yeah, my other phone died.
So, right as your phone died, you probably didn't hear me. In about 3 or 4 weeks, I'd like to come out and visit.
Yeah. I mean, I was
Please
talking
say,
to my other friend Weinberg tonight. Like, we're trying to figure out when we're trying to go back to Vegas sometime in July, but then also for sure want to be there August 1st, which is the second to
Gary's.
last weekend. But then tonight I heard rumors. When I hear rumors, that's usually true. Okay, so the Eagles are the next act that just announced 8 shows over some run they're doing, much smaller than the Dead. That leaves like this 2-3 week period from when it ends on August 10th. And I guess the way things are going, they're going to add those too. So I don't know. That party just keeps rolling on.
July may be a really fun time because my friend's going to be done with his job in Thailand for UNLV, and he'll be back late June, early July.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I
I
want to
mean,
go out and
weekend,
see him. And
like in line before the show, it was 108 to 113 degrees, which like, fuck, like,
yeah,
see, for me to be up front where that's where I like to be, I have to like put the effort in. You can't just like walk in 5 minutes before the show and take your place in the
hey,
front,
hey, hey,
right?
hey, Bud. What we
Yeah.
need to do is get a wheelchair, put it in the back seat, and you push me in, and we'll
Oh,
go
no,
in
no,
through the
no. Like
wheelchair
handicap
access.
gets in at a certain time. The rail happens way before that. Like, first off,
Well, no, you can take off and go do whatever you want.
yeah. Well, I know what
Because
I have to do.
I'll
I
fold it up
don't have
too.
to get in soon because my other friends get in first. Okay, we'll have the spot. I just have to get in when they first start letting the rest of the people in. Like, oh, if
Yeah,
the doors are at 5:30,
so you
be in
don't
at
have to fight
5:30
them.
because to take that spot up front and right there,
You
you
need to
have
be
to
close.
establish yourself. You can't just show up like 10 minutes before the show, because every inch of that space, it's not like we crowd each other, but you have to establish your space.
You
Like
gotta
that's
fight
the only
for
rule.
it.
You want to be up there, you got to do that. And yeah, I'm like not only addicted to going to shows, but I like to be right there in the front, first fucking right there. Which I got that down. It's a whole crew of us. We've been doing it together for fucking decades. I just have to be there. And yeah, not show like, oh, they don't start till 7:30. Why are you going in at 5:30? Well, because I want to be up here. And at the Spear, that's critical. I was in the best section one night, 204. That's like the prime seats. Now, the drunken chatter, the sound, the band's so far away. Now, the ceiling and all that. Fuck, that's gnarly. But that's cool. I'm there for the music, and the music's happening right there in the fucking rail. Where like the expression, you can through the monitors or stage sound, even if they whisper something or say something to each other, you hear it. Like you're in a whole different audio experience when you're up there. There's the monitor sound. But that's like a commitment. You can't just like show up a few minutes before the show and think that your spot's just waiting for you. That's not how it works. And why most people don't go up there or then think it's a problem, because a lot of people are like, yeah, those people up front are such assholes. Well, sometimes people like just show up and like next thing you know, like they're in your space or crowding the space and that like didn't put in any time or effort. They didn't establish. Yeah, fuck those people. Those are in my mind like inconsiderate. If you like come into a show like at whatever time and then to think that right there in front there's a spot just waiting for you, something's wrong with the way you think. But plenty of people are that way. Especially when they drink. Like then they think, whoa, wait, it's general admission. Like, what are you saying? Yeah. All the people in the certain front, they all went in and put their name on that space and stood there for the amount of time, Yeah. That's like that is, I guess, the biggest stress in my life is rail politics.
Yeah.
Because even though we have our crew, we're fighting against these other crews. And we used to all kind of be friendly. In the last few years, there's like this weird rift, right? And
You're all weird anyways.
yeah, like it's like a lot of these people have been around doing it like for 50 years. And it's part of their psychosis of the whole thing. Like they wait in line, they start the line. So like, if it's only like one or two of you, why did you start so early if no one else came to this time? Oh, because for 40 years, that person gets up at like 5 a.m. and is always the first in line. And and okay, he's still the first in line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People they get hung up on things. I'm guilty. I'm the same. I have all my quirks too.
The only way I would get up and wait in line or wait in line overnight is if someone said, hey, if you do this, you get to pick your seat. And this is the last show this band's ever going to play.
Well, part of it is there's this whole social thing amongst all those people, and some of us have known each other. We all come from different places for the most part, right? But like, yeah, I mean, for decades, we like me and Weinberg, we were doing this back when Jerry was on stage. You know what I mean? Like the two of us were, and back then I was a whole different animal. Like, there was like a certain fanatic or like it got rough up front. Like it wasn't like today where everybody's just head tripping. Oh no, back then it was straight up like rough and tough shit.
Fighting. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I kind of said, if you're gonna do any type of dancing, you got to stake out your 2x2 area, and you got to make sure people know that that's your area. And then you get
Well,
people
I
that
mean,
start to
you can
infringe
kind
on
of
you when
dance
you're
up
dancing.
front.
It's like, hey,
Like that's why the spinners and all the dancers go off on the side where they have enough space to do all that. Like no, there's no talking. Like like when people
I
up
want,
front are like there for the music. So like somebody's drunk next to you and they're like telling their girlfriend some fucking story that's like people will say, "Shut the fuck up." Okay. Like, what
yeah,
do you like? Wait, we're here to hear this, not any other noise, right? The further you go back, like sometimes you realize, oh, some people come to the show just to talk and get drunk and like they're not even paying attention to the show.
exactly.
But most of them like don't try to do that shit up front. Every once in a while, there's some weird guy doing that or gets too fucked up. And then there's the psychedelic part where certain people in the crowd, and it doesn't matter, they could have a seat way in the top, but they get so high in acid or something, they're drawn to the front, to the stage, and like nothing's going to stop them. Okay. And a lot of times when someone like that pops into your space, you realize how high they are. It's obvious that you can feel the vibe. And then, yeah, you kind of just let that happen because, yeah, sometimes if you try to like put weird energy or like try to make it uncomfortable for them, for they leave or just straight confront them. Oh, next thing you know, a bad trip happens and they're like, and you've just like taken this person at the peak of their fucking trip and like put them in a spin down. So like, yeah, I have mercy for those people. I like will like accommodate that, but anything short of that, no. And even though like when the Dead were playing, Grateful Dead, oh no, that phenomenon was in full effect. There wasn't a show that like dozens of people weren't, and a lot of times those people would try to get on stage and get naked, and then the security would drag them off, right? People you knew, they were like deadheads, but somehow they got so fucking high, they lost their mind and fucking tried to get on the stage, right? Yeah, that's like a weird thing, but people still to this day get so high. Next thing you know, they're like, got to be up front. They got to go all the way to the front.
I wasn't one of those people. I'd like to have, a
The
little bit of
time in the
room
seat,
where if I kind of stumbled sideways a little bit, I wasn't bumping into anybody.
most of the time, any concerts that ended up way up at some seat, way up at the top or whatever, was because I started up front and got so fucking high that I couldn't handle it, and I had to resort to the last row of the place and just sit up there, and because I was just
Yeah.
too fucking high to be up front or even function. That would be
Yeah,
my routine. I wasn't the one that went from up top to the stage. I was the guy that got too high and headed out.
and because man, things started getting weird.
Yeah.
I gotta
But
get
it's
the
just too
fuck out of
intense.
here,
It's just like
man.
too intense. And like in the crowd and the people and yeah. But like there's weird things you notice like from the beginning of time, like a cuter girl somehow is up there. Like I'm a person that will say something. I don't like people touching me. So like I'll say, hey, this is my space. Oh, I get on when you're moving and oops. But like some people are like have no comprehension of that. Like they into your space. But then
Yeah.
like, oh, if it's a cute girl, they can be in my space all they want. I'm like not bothered at all. But any other human, oh, that's a fucking big thing to me. But I realize, oh, a cute little girl slithers up there. I'm like, oh, hey, cool.
Some dude. Nope.
And like other like, yeah, oh, I don't like sweaty people. Don't hug me. Don't hug me. No, I don't dig all that shit. No. I know a lot of people. I know their names. I'm fucking friends. But no, I don't. We don't have to hug. I've been anti-hug. Now my wife, she was hug everybody. Okay, that was her fucking biggest thing. But I was already anti-hug way before her, right? And she used to say, people used to say to her, like, "What? Does your husband don't like me?" Because like even cute girls, like they expect, oh, hug. No, I'd like be like, nah, I put my arm out. I'm not into hug. I don't like people touching me. But that's like a product of living in fucking concert crowds for like most of my life. Like I realized looking back, wasn't always that way. I was fucking 15 years old when it started, but like so many years in, yeah, I just didn't like. I really couldn't stand sweaty people. And today it's less of that because there's much better air and places. But oh, back in the day, man, some of those crowds were bad.
Yeah. I remember a Philadelphia show being bad.
Oh, man, even in the spectrum, man, like holy fuck, dude. Being a Californian and being like the hippy dippy kid from California, when I went to Madison Square Garden the first time, Spectrum the first time, Boston Garden, the East Coast, the Northeast Coast, which had like tradition, like Dead had been going there from the '60s. It was like a whole different animal. Like I can remember this. Like in Madison Square Garden, it was like the first time I saw like not just like one or two, multiple dudes that did the thing where somehow they suck on fucking lighter fluid and then go and spit out this giant flame, right? Where like I was like, fuck, people in California don't do that. In New York, there was some like dudes that were like, oh, and if you thought there was like etiquette or courtesy in lines or in the
No.
crowd, oh no, they had like this whole other attitude, right? Which in 1980, when I first or 81, when I first started going to the East Coast, the first tour was like I was like I wasn't with it. I learned a lot. By the next years and all the previous years, oh, I would have like my New York or my East Coast armor. Like you learned you had to act a certain way out there to function within this, like, I guess, super intense. I used to say rude, but nah, maybe a little rude, but like intense for sure. Like it was like, oh, and you get out to San Francisco and Southern California, everything was like laid back. We were like laid back. We're up there. It might still be that way to a degree.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, when I was a kid, it was like the biggest culture shock of like how different like people are. Like was like
We called you the West Coast Groove people.
go from California to New York City and then be right in the fucking midst of the craziness there for weeks at a time. In the whole Upper East Coast, all the different spots, because they all had their own flavor too, but they all were like rough. Like You had to like be tough. Like it wasn't like the easygoing, laid back vibe.
Well, here in the East Coast, we had something for you guys. We called you the West Coast Groove People because a lot of you would give a big smile and then talk shit about us when we turned away.
Some of the hardest crew, like in my crew back in the 80s, was a couple guys that were like on the Harvard football team and going to class at Harvard and graduating over the years of being tapers in at every show, right? Goldie and uh, uh, but and then the New York City crowd, TP, Tom Kelly, Eric, whatever. There was like these people, most of which, especially the New York people I met over the years of the experience, yeah, they ended up moving to Santa Cruz, or oh, they'd move out to the Haight and then end up with a life and of kids and opportunity, whatever life brought them. But they like were like city kids in New York City and became deadheads when they were young, and then like somehow ended up making some of them really good lives for themselves. Some of them, oh no, there's a whole list of those same people. Oh, he died in this year. He died in this year. A lot of drugs or overdoses and different different things. Like in the end, like when I look back at this core people I experienced this with, yeah, I'm like there's only a couple survivors, and somehow I'm one of them. Even though I was like the the craziest, so out of control consumption and like mainly because I had this job with the big chief dude fucking acid due to the whole scene, and so we were just obnoxious with drugs and money, and I can't even believe I survived it. Right? If I think if people would have placed odds back then, I would have been like the for sure, like, oh no, he ain't making it. But no, all these other guys, even the guys that went to Harvard, they both died of drug poisoning. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. My
Brent
friend
died of
circle has
drugs.
gotten really
Jerry
small.
died of drugs. Like ultimately, oh, this person died. This person died. Like no one, like, yeah, we still remember a lot of people, right? But a lot of that was drugs and alcohol, or like the party life. Like, oh, some of them died in a car accident, but oh yeah, they were so fucking drunk they drove off the side of the road. They've been doing coke for 3 days before that, or whatever. Like, it wasn't all just oh, use too much and die. So there was always casualty. You know what I mean? Like even when you really look at that whole generation of great musicians and shit. Oh, some of the great, like yeah, a lot of casualty there. Jimi Hendrix, Janis, uh, uh, oh shoot, the guy from the Doors. So many people, right? Where you're like, yeah, like
Jim
fuck, dude.
Morrison.
Jim Morrison. Um, and the list goes on. Like, fuck, even going further when you go, oh, Kurt Cobain, fucking the Sex Pistol people, this, that, like so many people that partied hard and were really doing it. Yeah, there's a certain casualty list to it all.
And then you look at the conspiracy
Tom
theorists.
Petty, like it goes on even into the modern day where, oh yeah, they were using coke and heroin. They were fucking so fucked up on prescription drugs they died. Like mainly because of my wife, but I've been to like 50, 60 Prince shows. We'd go travel for Prince shows and be at all these exclusive like House of Blues and weird events where it was like only a few hundred people, and late night, and what 3121 Vegas. He had the first residency at the Rio where shit, he wouldn't even come on till sometimes 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. Even though they let you in at 9, he sometimes Prince would barely like, oh, it was always sun coming up when those shows ended. That went on for years. Yeah, he would preach this whole thing like and had this image that he was like sober as fuck. He didn't drink, smoke, drugs, no. And then, yeah, and I like, we were deep into the scene. We went to Paisley Park. We'd been, we were, my wife's main thing was Prince, man. Well, she had other music, but she loved Prince. Um, yeah, turns out he was like a 2-bit dope fucking thing, buying street drugs because his prescriptions were maxed out or whatever the fuck, and he would was, and then you kind of can see in his performances and shit. Oh yeah, he was loaded as a motherfucker. But yeah, he portrayed that he was like this, not that way. So that one was like a shock. Oh, Tom Petty, well, it's no surprise. Some of the other ones, you know, when somebody's a doper, usually pretty easy to spot. Prince, what? After all that bullshit you would say, he would say things. Dude, if people lit up weed inside where he could smell it on stage, he'd stop the whole show. And he'd go into the same spiel that, like, hey, this is my house. I don't come to your house and smoke in your house. So don't smoke in my house. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to feel it. Please. And he wouldn't even, he'd be mean about it in a way. So he had a thing there that used to bother me, but whatever, he was Prince, all right? He portrayed this whole thing. He would say things about drugs. No, he was a 2-bit dope fiend and like total for maybe not most of his career, but for a long time. It wasn't just a couple months at the end. He was, oh, his hip, his this, whatever. Okay. Um, yeah, that one I still don't understand. Like, but that's some of like how a person like him was unable to get help or even admit to himself he's a fucking addict or any of that shit.
Oh, fuck. Hey, bud, I'm about done.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go make water and do work anyway. So,
all right.
and it's already almost midnight, so it's a good time to end this show. See y'all on
In
safe
12 hours.
noon. Yeah. I'm usually not really with it. Like I'm up, but I'm like daytime is just something I try to get through to get to the nighttime.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to get up in the morning, and first thing I have to do is get car insurance. That way I can drive to the grocery store at least, or the convenience store someplace, because that's a couple mile, like 3-4 mile
Well, that
walk.
shouldn't be too hard. You probably don't need. I would definitely get various quotes.
No, no. For Michigan, and to get a Michigan license plate, which I get a handicap one, uh the first 6 months, if you don't have insurance, if you let your insurance lapse for more than 60 days, you have to get a minimum of 6 months insurance with Progressive Insurance, and that's the only insurance company.
Yeah,
And
we're
we're still fighting over a bill where they charged me and I wasn't here. And I even have it recorded where they said, yes, we'll stop it. So we're fighting over a bill, but I have to go through Progressive and it's gonna cost me probably $1,000, $1,200 just for regular, if I hit somebody, then it pays out, fuck my vehicle type deal.
Liability, but that's for a
Yeah.
year.
Well, they'll have to get it for a year.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, the insurance companies, yeah, they have their system and they rate you and they charge you what they think they can, and there's no way around it. Like they
But
all kind
I'm
of
at,
stick together. And a lot of times when you get like shoddy insurance, yeah, they're shoddy insurance.
yeah. But what I'm going to do is take my dad's van because the one whole side with the doors is basically rusted out. So they're giving me that because dad likes riding to his doctor's appointments in that van. So we take dad in the van, but I'm going to take it up to Michigan, get it titled in Michigan. And it's going to cost me like $200 for tags and plates. And then next year I can register it here. And
Well,
it'd be a lot cheaper in Ohio.
dealing with the
Because-
bureaucracy of all this shit. Oh, dude, fuck. You got to DMVs. Well, so they've streamlined. It's not that hard. Bottom line is, it all costs money.
Yeah,
Got to pay 1,000 for this. Oh, you got to pay us for that. You got to pay us for that. You got to go do this.
yeah. It's all right. The van gets like 16 to 18 miles per gallon. It's comfortable. It drives really nice. So that's the main thing is it rides really nice.
And your dad likes it to go to the appointments, and there you go. Probably uses decent amount of gas, but whatever.
Yeah, I only get like 16 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
It's better than my truck. My truck only gets like 10 because the transmission's fucked up and it won't go in overdrive.
All right. We'll see you. Have a good night, everyone.
All right. See you guys. Peace.